Tuesday edition of The Zone right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Josh Briscoe and Drake. We head up until 2 o'clock. We got you for the next 4 hours. We will hang out with Les Norman coming up in the noon hour, breaking the norm. It's been a couple of weeks since we've talked with Les Norman, get his thoughts on what's going on around baseball and some other things we may get into with Les Norman. Todd Lebo will hang out with us in the 1 o'clock hour. Some fact or fiction with one Todd Lebo. So we will do that today before the show is over as well. 913-912-4810 is the text line to join us to be a part of the show. 913-912-4810, the text line today. Beautiful day today. Beautiful day today. I enjoy early games with the Royals starting at 5:40. That's great. I also enjoy the early games that are over in like 2 hours and 15 minutes. Those are even better, especially when I can't watch a second of it live and I get home, the whole thing is over, and I can fast forward through commercial breaks, and it takes like an hour and 40 to watch that game. It was perfectly fine. And not knowing the result, I was maybe the last one, maybe in the entire city / world, to know that Lyles and the Royals are 0-15 when he is on the mound, because I really thought it was hook, line, and sinker. It was, got him. I really thought the Royals were going to win that one, and they were going to break the streak, and he was going to finally win it. The Royals were going to win a game with Jordan Lyles on the mound. And, of course, the 7th inning happens, and once that swing happened by whatever his name is, the left-hander to hit the shot down the right field line against Taylor Clark, whoever it was that swung the bat, I don't know who it is. I don't care who it is. Once that swing happened, I'm like, they're 0-15 with Jordan Lyles on the mound. They weren't coming back. I know it was fun against the Angels, but they were done at that point. And it was like this was a game in which they had played in a way that they were going to win, and it was going to be just a nice win. And I was going to joke about them being 2-1 in their last 3 games and people being all negative, focusing on the 10-game losing streak and not looking at all of the positive things like winning 2 of 3. And then, of course, it happens in the 7th inning and the big inning. You know, the issue with the Royals, if you just take away that inning,
yeah,
they win.
Yeah, they'd win that game.
If you just go back through the 10-game losing streak and take away 1 inning by the other team, they're like 6-4.
That actually is kind of interesting. Like, it really just, these one explosion. I love this vision of you, like, sitting on the couch. You hit play on your TV. You're going through. Everything's looking nice, and you're sitting there. That hit goes off the bat, and you think, fool me 14 times, shame on you. Fool me 15 times, shame on me.
That's right. That is right. It's, and as we continue to watch and study and see Matt Quatraro as a manager, these different players and the evaluation season, I feel like that might be the new small sample size. It's an evaluation season. Take a drink. Small sample size. Take a drink.
Every time I think about it being an evaluation season, I do want to drink.
Not on the air. Not on the air.
As long as Drake's sober, we're fine.
That's right.
Legally
Hang on,
speaking.
what?
Take me drunk. I'm home.
Look, Drake's been doing this show for a while now. I wouldn't blame him.
Drake could do the show in his sleep.
Yes, I think he has.
Could run.
Absolutely, I have.
In a different role, in a different life, in a different city. I once got a text message from somebody that sent me a picture of one of my guys that was running the board on the weekend, who was just passed out, laying back in the chair, face straight up in the air, mouth wide open, just snoring. I got a picture of that. And like, hey, is this an issue? I said, yeah.
Was he in the building asleep?
He was running the board.
Oh, so you were live as he was asleep.
Well, no, it was like a night. It was nighttime. He was like running a baseball game or something for us.
Sure, okay, yeah.
And so that was good.
I've been there. There was a morning when I was doing the weekend morning shifts here. There were maybe a couple of mornings. I think this actually may have been a tip that Drake unknowingly gave to me one time, just from his stories of his early morning board running days, where I In fact, you know what? I think it would have been during a segment of Breaking the Norm because, it's on ESPN Kansas City and on 810. Right. So on 810 in the morning, all you got to do is make sure that the trains are running. And so if I saw a nice 24-minute segment with Les Norman, I'd set a 22-minute timer on my phone and grab a little nap sometimes. That happened at least once or twice. And Drake, I don't know if I need to get retroactively fired for that.
No,
but
right. I have walked in and seen people asleep here before. I came in one time on a holiday, and there was a board up in here running a NASCAR race with his head in a trash can, actively throwing at it. And I was about to send him home, and he reached over to the side and fired a brake perfectly. And I was like, "You're all right." I left him here.
That's great.
Can you tell us who that was? Would I know who that was? Is that a long enough time ago?
It was a long time.
Okay.
I'll tell you off air.
All right.
I think it was before you.
It wasn't me. I know that.
Was it?
I know that. By the way, Tex says, wow, Jason's a dry snitch. Didn't see that coming. No. I was the program director.
Yeah.
I got it sent to me.
Yes.
They sent me the text going, hey man, is this an issue by your guy that is supposed to be running the board? I'm like, yeah, it's an issue. Shouldn't be sleeping. So he got snitched on to me.
I'm now remembering a whole bunch of repressed 6 a.m. Saturday, 7 a.m. Sunday morning memories that are all coming flooding back.
Oh, I've been there. Yeah, that's right. I was joking with Nate when, first returned back in 2019, and we were talking about, the journey from when I was doing, mornings on 1510, and I'm like, it took me 20 years to move 15 feet down the hall.
You took a longer route than I did around the Chiefs parade. You went all the way to Louisville.
Text, by the way, says, my bad. Drinking, smoking, working, must have misheard. That's exactly right. Good for you. At 10 o'clock in the morning, whatever helps you get through the day. If it's drinking to get through the day, if it's smoking to get through the day,
let me see that number.
Working, whatever that might be.
Let me see that phone number. Is that, hold on, that's Drake's number. Drake.
It's actually my mom. Hi, Mom. Love you. Yes, Tex says, Jason and I will get drunk on Coca-Cola. That's probably right.
Sometimes a little 6 a.m. Coca-Cola will make you feel drunk. It'll make you feel like you've lived your life a certain way.
Yes. Tex says, so did the Royals go all Royals and send you $20 in free Little K tokens that little man can't use? That would be great if they did. Hey, we feel so bad. Here's 20 tokens for your daughter to use. All right, that's the text line.
You know what, man? We want to make this right. Taylor Clark's going to throw BP to your son.
Remember when they used to go out and have the video of the Little K and see if the kid can get a home run?
Yes.
Those kids were 15.
Yes, absolutely.
And now they do the thing where the kid runs all the way to first base and picks up a base and has to run back to the wall or whatever in a certain amount of time. What do they get if they win? My son asked that. My son, well, he beat the time. What does he get? And I'm like, an applause? I don't know.
They get to hit. So if he wants back in the cage, yeah, he's got to win. He's got to qualify.
They get 3 pitches at the Little K. That's what they get. So I actually don't know what those kids get. My son's like, well, how do I do that? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Son, you're a freak, and you know that. You will not be eligible. Is he doing okay? Has he bounced back from that? It's been a couple days now. Does he know you talked about it on the radio?
He doesn't know.
That hit me after the show. I was like, I wonder if he knows.
No, he had baseball last night, and we had to take the birth certificate. So he shaved before he went out there just so people wouldn't. You've got a 5 o'clock shadow already. Yeah. Well, it's 7 o'clock game, so those will happen.
You can't have him up there in the box with a needle in his arm. It's not a good look.
No, not at all. So the Royals end up losing, and I really thought, hook, line, and sinker, I thought they were going to find a way to win that game. They were playing well. And then, I don't know if you watched the game or not, and I don't blame anybody that did not watch the game. Plus, too many people in town can't watch the game, nor would they want to.
Yesterday, for me, was weirdly a terrible Bally's app game.
Oh, wow.
Phone, TV. So I was in and out, and occasionally got to see it in multiple pixels.
Okay, great.
It was a rough viewing experience, for more reasons than just the bottom of the 7th.
There was a play that happened that I thought, they're going to end up losing this game based on that one play. Do you have any idea what that was?
No, I mean, it was pre-meltdown.
It was pre-meltdown. It was before the 7th.
I might have been buffering at that point. I really tried. I made an effort.
That spinny wheel thing. Yep. What's going on with that?
For a long time.
That's odd.
AirPlay, Chromecast, app on the TV.
No, it was in the 5th inning when it was a man at first and 1 out. And the Royals were up 4-0. and there was a little flare, as Bob Davis used to say, little flare into a left field that Edward Olivares couldn't decide whether I want to charge in and dive or do I want to play this back and make sure we keep first and second with one out. And instead, he did the Edward Olivares thing, which is go right in the middle, and the ball then bounces through his legs. A run scores, a man at second with one out. It's now 4-1. The fact that Lyles was able to get out of it and no other runs were scored was a small miracle. But when that happened, I thought, this is going to end up being one of those games to where they lose by like a run or something happens late. Although you would expect maybe Clark, Chapman, Barlow to come in. It's getting closer. He got through this. Can he get through the sixth? He's pitching well. And he did get through the sixth. And then, of course, the blow-up inning happened in the seventh, in which they gave up the 5 runs. But that one play, for some reason, I was like, those are the plays that happen in a game where you lose, and it's like, that you're up 4-0, man. Like, we know Edward Olivares is a DH. We know that. And he's playing left field for some reason. He may not be on the team long. He may be traded at the trade deadline, even though J.J. Piccolo said, position players may be more in the offseason. I think that's maybe other position players that might be bigger parts of the team, maybe. For instance,
or bigger
like
parts of a defense.
Yeah, exactly.
Like literally, a guy that has to also play the field.
Because Olivares would add some value to a team that doesn't need him to play in the outfield. Right. That can be a bat off the bench, a DH. Every once in a while, can you put him in the outfield, and get away with it? Yes. But plays like that are issues for Edward Olivares, and when that happened. And my God, the scoring. He scored that a double and an RBI, and that went down after the pop-up. Like the next pitch was a pop-up. And I think were there 2 outs and a man at first?
I think so, yeah.
So I think there was 2 outs, not 1 out. So it would have been first and second with 2 outs.
Yep.
So there's a man at second, and a run scores. The next pitch was a pop-up foul that Nicky Lopez catches, and they ruled that run earned and called it a double. Like, that is a single and an error and an unearned run if I've ever seen one. And I ain't sitting up here trying to defend Jordan Lyles and all of this stuff, but
yesterday was not his fault.
That is an unearned run.
You know what Jordan Lyles did yesterday? He ate innings, and they tasted okay. Like, that was the most tastiest innings he's eaten all year.
And yeah, and which is also something we can get into and talk about. But that one play is just like, he's not going to be a part of the team if they're winning a division. Sure. Okay, and I know that, but I don't know why that frustrates me. Like, the wins and losses don't frustrate me anymore.
Yeah. But
it's like the certain plays that happen along the way. I don't like, at one point, the Jordan Lyles and the Royals being like, oh, they've lost all 5 starts for Jordan Lyles. Oh, they've lost all 6. Then it's like annoying. It's like, oh my God, Jordan Lyles, what's going on? Now it's 15. Now it's become comedic.
Yes, absolutely.
And so I just continue to root for it, because every time Jordan Lyles goes to the mound, we can remind everybody that the last time the Royals won a game that Jordan Lyles started was June 9th of last year, when the Royals beat the Orioles with Jordan Lyles on the mound for Baltimore.
That is such a good bit. Such a good tweet. Such a good line.
We're more than a year removed from the last time the Royals won a game when Jordan Lyles started. It just happened to be when they beat the Orioles and he was pitching for Baltimore. So they're 0-15, first time in Major League history that's ever happened. I mean, whatever. Those are crazy stats that are out there. So the win, the loss, doesn't matter really. It's just that annoyance of like how you play the game. And maybe I shouldn't be annoyed if it's Edward Olivares, because he's not going to be a part of the team moving forward. Maybe it should be the annoyance of MJ Melendez, just lost at times at the plate. He'll hit one 450 and then he'll strike out 5 times and not have a clue what pitch is coming in as a left-hander against a lefty, and that was a little disappointing. But Bobby Witt playing the way that he is, Nick Pratto earned a walk, and then it was called a strike, so he ropes a double down the right field line, which was great. Nick Pratto playing the way that he is, the fun part of Samad Taylor and Michael Garcia. He hits a home run yesterday, a 2-run shot. So there are some things that are exciting about the team that at least I can watch and think about the future and things like that. So it probably shouldn't bother me, but I guess just bad, annoying, boneheaded baseball just bothers me. Like, that is when we try to, coaching 7-year-olds, it's like we try to every play, it's like, hey, know where you're going with the ball. Hey, if you get the ball, know where you're going. If I'm a second baseman, I got a man at first and there's 2 outs, and the ball takes me to my right towards second base, well, then I'm just going to flip it to second base. If the ball takes me to my left to first base, well, then I'm going to throw it to first base, right? I'm not going to run to my right, backhand the ball, and get up and fire it over to first base when we got 2 outs and a man at first when we can just easily step on second. Like those things, like know what you're doing with the ball when it comes your way. And that's difficult teaching 7-year-olds because there's a butterfly in the air right before the pitch. What were the dandelion?
There's a dandelion in the outfield.
Right there.
Kaufman doesn't have any
there.
dandelions.
People cheered in the other field, and they looked over like, oh, what's going on? And then look up, and I don't know what's going on. But for a major league outfielder to know that there's 2 outs and a man at first, and it's like, this is a little flare, just let it drop in front of you.
I think it's a good thing that it still bothers you because it means you're still watching baseball, caring about what happens in some form or fashion. Like, honestly.
Care about the way that the
Yes.
intelligence of the game sort of bothers me to a degree.
Because I don't think I've ever heard you complain about Edward Olivares not having the NOS button to go make a diving catch in left center or whatever. Yeah. Because we go, well, he doesn't. That's what speed don't do. That's not the point. That's not the point. What the frustrating stuff is the base running errors and the not knowing where you're going with the baseball, bad routes to the ball, and then getting stuck in between worlds trying to decide if you're going to play it off the bounce or go try to make the catch. Mm-hmm. Genuinely, the fundamental stuff. Like, and I don't think that's, Matt Quachero's not coaching them up. Like, that's not. That a manager's job is not necessarily know how to track a fly ball. It's frustrating that someone at the major league level and several guys at the major league level this year for the Royals just seem to have that short circuiting, or they are making mistakes that you would be frustrated if you saw maybe not a 7, but certainly a 13-year-old make. Like that kind of stuff really bothers anyone who cares about baseball, who has played baseball or coached baseball or any of that. And the fact that it keeps happening really magnifies the frustration because it's not a one-off. It's like a 15 off.
One other quick point, and then I do want to get into something that's happening that is positive that I think we absolutely have to talk about, because we've talked about some of the negatives with this particular player that I don't want to just say, the positives are happening, so let's ignore it and just say, well, we'll see if it continues. Still following and studying Matt Quachero as a manager and the moves that he makes and things like that. And I really wish that Michael Massey had not got injured. So, I mean, what are you going to do? There's that's a tough one. But Jordan Lyles pitched 5 innings a number of starts ago. Let me look at how many starts it was. When Jordan Lyles went out through 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits. And I remember the complaint being, hold on, if he's here to eat innings and he threw 80 pitches or something through 5 innings, what are you doing getting him out of the ball game there? And the explanation was, well, the way he'd been throwing, you feel good about it. He gets out of the game. We turn it over to our bullpen. They had a couple of days off, right? I think it was like 2 days off after that or something like that, and then the back-to-back days or whatever. I guess that was after St. Louis. But they had a day off, and they had a rested bullpen. It was part of the discussion about Jordan Lyles. Like, yeah, eating innings, all that stuff. But, he's had some outings where he gave up, 6 earned runs, 7, 5, 5. And he gets out of there after 5 innings, in line for the win, gave up only 2 hits, 3 base runners. So you feel good about that. Then he goes into the next game against the Marlins, and he goes 6 innings and gives up only 2 earned runs. And he throws him back out there for the 7th. And then Lyles ends up getting 3 earned runs counted against him. And he ends up giving up 5 earned runs in 7 innings. And that was kind of the funny ha-ha of, well, this Royals team hasn't had a quality start in, since the Kennedy regime. And it's like, well, Jordan Lyles is in line for a quality start. Well, they sent him back out there for the 8th inning. He gives up the first couple of runners, and then they bring in Jose Cuas, and those runners come around to score, and he gives up 5 earned runs. It's no quality start, and there's some funny gallows humor. Next outing, 6 innings, 5 earned runs. He gave up, 5 all in 1 inning, and then came back and pitched another couple and got through 6. And then last night goes 6 innings, 3 earned runs, feeling pretty good the way that he's pitching. You could then turn it over to the bullpen for 7, 8, 9. But he sent him back out there, Jordan Lyles, again for the 7th, in which he ends up giving up a couple of runs, and then those runs come around to score, and he gets charged for 3 earned runs. And so I don't know if it's Quattrero learning on the job as well, which is part of it, because we study players and say, well, this guy's batting 300 over the last 2 months. Well, that means he got out 7 out of 10 times. Well, Quattrero, what's he batting? I don't know. We can't look at that. There's no way to study of what his on-base percentage is, what his OPS is in making decisions of going to the bullpen or keeping a guy in the game or not. And so, very simply, he could be also learning on the job. So this is not Matt Quattrero is lost. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And this was a terrible mistake by hiring him. Not at all. I wanted them to go hire Matt Quattrero. I'm fine with him continuing to be the manager because it's 80 games, 70 games into his tenure, right? I mean,
you'd hope he's not a fully formed product at this moment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's never been a manager before. And maybe he's figuring out even Jordan Lyles of, okay, I took him out after 5 and he was pissed about that. And we end up losing that game. Okay, I'm going to keep him in there. Okay, that was unfortunate that he gives up a couple of base runners and then those guys come around to score. Okay, against Detroit, maybe we can rest the bullpen a little bit. I'm going to send him back out there for the 7th because he's pitching well, and the 5th inning was unlucky, but these guys are not hitting against him. We'll see what we can do with him. Oh, he gives up a couple of base runners, and all right, well, we'll bring somebody else in there, and those guys come around to score. But it's been like it's been oscillating back and forth. Jordan Lyles pitched well for 5 innings, get him out of there. Mm-hmm. He pitched and gave up 5 earned runs in 1 inning, but he gets through 6 with 5. All right, get him out of there because the last couple of innings he's been pretty good. He's gone 7, pitched well. Let's see what he can do in the 8th. He's gone 6, pitched well. Well, let's see what he can do in the 7th. And they haven't been in one pattern where you get him out early, start after start, and then you keep him in a couple of starts. It's been sort of back and forth and back and forth. And maybe all of that is based on a feel, based on analytics, based on high leverage pitches, based on those things. But I think it is something to continue to monitor and watch with Quattrero as a manager and how often he uses players, the mixing and matching the lineups. Those are the things we've talked about, getting used to a new manager. We were very used to what Ned Yost was going to bring to the table. We got used to Mike Matheny, what he was bringing to the table. And we're very early in the 71 games or 72 games of Matt Quattrero as the manager. But I just thought it was interesting. You sent him back out there for the 7th, and it's like, If Taylor Clark was that ready to come in after giving up a couple of base runners, then probably shouldn't have gone out there for the 7th. But that's also breaking down a game in which they lost their 53rd game of the season against the Tigers, and they have lost 12 of 13 in this stretch. So can you really be upset? But it's just sort of a note that, hey, let's keep track of that. And if they're competing next year, the year after that, like some of these decisions that are made.
Well, yeah, you're not pulling your teeth out because they lost to the Tigers. You are taking this and extrapolating into, hey, what does this tell us about the guy at the helm of this team for presumably a little while still? Like there's something really interesting there. The unfortunate part is that the specifics of it being Jordan Lyles matters less than, I was going to say just about anybody else starting, but that's not actually true because this rotation's not what it was supposed to look like, at the beginning of the year. But seeing if patterns do develop there, it is worth tracking. But to your point, it's funny that it right now it's not like, he pushed too far and then the engine exploded, or they yanked him too early and then the bullpen crumbled. It's just kind of been, literally with Jordan Lyles, it's a lose-lose situation. And it's not always his fault. Like, I don't even,
true.
He should not have to wear 0-15. He shouldn't even have to wear 0-11. Some of these games were on him. But in many of these situations, either the offense let him down or you went, hey, you got us through 6. We could probably sit you down here. But you're always trying to play that game of figuring out, exactly how far you can let this, I'm going to keep saying it with the tongue firmly in cheek at this point. See how many innings this guy can eat. Let him be your innings eater.
Yeah.
However long that gets you, and then figure out when you're handing it over to a bullpen that it's hard to have a whole heap of confidence in.
Yeah, and maybe if Miguel Cabrera hits it more off the end of the bat in the 7th inning, and that's just a lazy pop-up to Samad Taylor instead, a little flare into right field just over the second baseman. And then Scope, he makes a mistake, and he crushes that into left center for a double, and then that was it.
You know how wild it is that, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is, one of the stars of the sport? I can't believe... I would have assumed we'd be on Miguel Cabrera Jr. at this point. He is 40 years old, and still... Just a pleasure to watch.
Kind of assumed his grandson might be playing by now.
Really
how long he's been around. By the way, he still looks like he's 18. In the face,
yes.
His body type doesn't look like he's 18.
Not so much.
The face, it's like, oh, that's the kid that came up with the Marlins, that really young kid. That's this prodigy, this wonder kid. As they say in
Ted Lasso. I'm moving through it.
I said Wonderkind. It's Wonderkind.
I'm like I got a couple episodes left still.
It's Wonderkind. I said Wonderkind. All right, we'll take a time out. We'll come back. Let's talk about something that is happening positively, and we focused on some negative with this. But let's talk about that if there's something or somebody turning the corner. Huh? We'll do that next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Well, Miguel Cabrera, what's he got, more than 20 years in the industry? I think more than that. Well, Bickmer Electric. Did they start when Miguel Cabrera came up? I'm not sure, but more than 20 years into the industry, Bickmer Electric, your locally owned and operated one-stop electrical contractor. If you need anything taken care of with commercial needs, residential electrical needs, Bickmer Electric has you covered. You want to hire a professional, make sure the job is done the right way. We wanted, a lot of things done at the house. So we had them all like itemized and figured out what the estimate was going to be, the free estimate, the virtual walkthrough, all of that. And we had, 4 or 5 different options with each job that could be done there at the house. And it was great to figure out what fit in our budget. Do we want to go a little more extravagant with this thing over there? Do we want to just go and be budget friendly with that? And able to work around all of those different things. And also let us know, hey, you actually don't need this done at this spot. We were able to find this over there, and this is going to work for you. And like, oh, hey, that's I feel dumb for not knowing that. And they didn't make me feel dumb. They were just like, there are no dumb questions, just dumb people. Bickmer Electric was awesome to work with. BickmerElectric.com, BICKIMER Electric.com. Give them a call, 913-313-6751 for the free estimate. Bickmer Electric, 913-313-6751. When you call them, when you go to the website, tell them you heard about it right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Sprains, strains, and fractures happen in everyday life. And
913-912-4810. We continue right here on Small Sample Size Tuesday. Just figured you looked a little parched.
Love a little coffee.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's evaluation show today. It's just an evaluation
Just an
show.
evaluation
We're not even
show.
looking at wins and losses today. We're just looking at evaluations throughout the show. We will talk with Les Norman coming up at noon. A number of things in football that I want to get into. Louis Riddick said something interesting about the challengers to the Chiefs this year. So we can get into that. Dan Graziano weighing in on the quarterback with the most pressure going into this season. Mina Kimes with the X factor for the Chiefs, and a few other things to get into. But probably should have gone back and looked at the day that we talked with Les Norman about the players with Bobby Witt's age and plate appearances, games played, and the names that were on that list. There were a lot of big-time names on that list. But then you look at on-base percentage of where those players fall. And Bobby Witt was at the bottom of that with some also-rans that were there. With some guys that are just I've heard of this guy, but probably more known for playing a long time in Major League Baseball. So we talked about that. And there has been a frustration with Bobby Witt, and maybe he's just a nice player, okay? So if we talk about that as often as we have, I don't think there's any question from what we're seeing from Bobby Witt that this is kind of what people were talking about that he could be, the talent that's there. If we look at just this month, which is 16 games. That's a much smaller sample size.
Real small
just
sample size.
16 games. He's batting .323. He's getting on base at .370. He's got 5 walks to only 7 strikeouts in the month. Slugging .452. Slugging percentage down a little bit from what typically you would expect from Bobby Witt, although he crushed one yesterday, a .450. And as soon as he swung, I'm like, that thing is gone. That's over the old Comerica National Park fence out in left field. But he's got a couple of home runs, a couple doubles. He's got the 5 stolen bases. Oddly enough, 3 caught stealings, too, in that time, which isn't something typical that you're used to. And also, last night, his speed down the first base line is why they ended up getting another run, because you had to force the throw, throw it a little bit quicker than maybe you thought, and it's off target a little bit. The scoop isn't there from Torkelson, and, he's safe at first base and a run scored. That's the month of June. But I want to go back a little bit more as well. The last 23 games that Bobby Witt has put together. So that dates back to May 23rd. So it isn't just the calendar turning and going, you know what, it's a fresh month. Let's go ahead and when he was taken out of the leadoff spot. 23 games now, he has not batted leadoff for this team. And in that time, he's batting .308, on base of .347, and slugging over .500. It's an .852 OPS, and also some of the peripheral numbers he's put together in terms of doubles, home runs, and what those would be over the course of the season. So he's hit 5 home runs in that time, which would be a pace of 35 over the course of the season. He's drove in 17 runs, which would be a 120 RBI pace over the course of a season. He has 9 stolen bases, which would be a 63 pace over the course of the season. I am not saying 23 games makes a career. 23 games means this is what he's going to be for 162. But 23 games worth of Bobby Witt playing shortstop, you've got a guy that the way that he's played is pacing for somebody that would hit 35 home runs and steal 63 bags with 120 RBIs and throw in another 20 doubles and getting on base at almost 350. That dog will absolutely hunt. So the month of June, he's certainly been pretty good. And on-base percentage is much better than the 347. It's up at 370. But I want to go back to when Quattrero said, we're going to take you out of the leadoff spot. And maybe that was a deep breath for Bobby Witt. Maybe that was okay, you don't have to be the guy. Like, whatever it is, because He's batted second a good portion of this.
Right.
So is the difference between first and second that big of a deal in his mind? Something I definitely want to talk to Les Norman about coming up at noon. Because if we're going to focus on some of the things that are like, I'm getting more and more worried about Bobby Witt. Okay, so if we're getting more and more worried about Bobby Witt, that was like 20, 25 games into the season when we talked about that. And it was also going back to what he did for a full season a year ago as well. But this is the best if you look at on-base percentage, batting average, and slugging. And if you look at the home runs, RBIs, walks, strikeouts, just taking everything. It's the best 23-game stretch in Bobby Witt's career. He had a 23-game stretch last year in which he batted .300, got on base at .344, but he only slugged .430. Whereas he's slugging .500 in this 23-game stretch. He had 3 home runs in that stretch. He had 6 walks and 17 strikeouts. He's got 5 walks and 16 strikeouts. So that was roughly the same. He had more stolen bases, so he had 10 stolen bases in that time. But fewer doubles, fewer home runs than what he's had right now. So that was a pretty good stretch from late June to late July over essentially the course of a month. And that stretch put him over .300 on base percentage, which I think 2 games later was the last time his career on base percentage has been above .300. Because that was the first year. He was at like .300, .301, and then a couple games later it dropped below .300. Hadn't got there since in his career. So I don't know what this stretch of Bobby Witt's going to be. Swing decisions have absolutely been better. That's for sure. Driving the baseball, willing to take a walk. I mean, there are times when, you're going to take a pitch that's close on the outside but 2 strikes, and it's called a strike, and like, come on, man, and you got to drive that. But last night he took that and drew a walk. And if that's a strike, then it's like, oh, man, you got to swing the bat there. Okay, are we wanting him to work the count? Are we wanting him to get on base? Because that was a ball. But there were plenty of balls last night that were called strikes. Even the one that was, I can't remember who it was to, but it was definitely low. And you could hear Quatrero chirping from the dugout going, that's low. And the umpire go, it's not low. It's not low. It's like, it's absolutely low.
Narrator, it was low.
He had been calling the low strike all game. So it's not like that particular pitch was lower than the strike zone he had had all game. Okay? The low strike was being called by that particular umpire. All I've asked is establish the strike zone and keep it consistent. It sucks that it might float from this umpire gives you a little bit more on the outside part of the plate if you're a right-hander, and you got a little bit more wiggle room on the inside part of the plate, all of that stuff, or he's going to call some high strikes, he's going to call some low strikes. This guy's going to have a paper stamp strike zone. It's going to be tough for the pitchers in this game and better for the hitters. But whatever the strike zone is, establish it, keep it. I thought for the most part last night, and maybe the umpire scorecard.
I'm on it right now, actually.
Will tell me differently.
Yeah.
Will be like, oh, this is bad. Because the umpire scorecard, I wonder if it goes like these were balls, but they were called strikes.
Yes.
But consistently were they called strikes all game, and it wasn't just floating back and forth from hitter to hitter. So I'm very thankful that the umpire called that ball for a ball for Bobby Witt. Because if that's called a strike, then that would be, one, annoying, and it would be the things that Witt is trying to accomplish now that you can see at the plate that's different than just swinging and having some at-bats that were giveaway at-bats, which I thought at the beginning of the season there was a couple of at-bats where there was one in particular we talked about the next day that on 3 straight pitches he just swung and missed, and the third strike was in the left-handed batter's box, and he just swung and barely even swung, and it was like, and just immediately walked back to the dugout. I'm like, he surrendered that at bat. That wasn't a battle. That wasn't a between the ears, I'm focusing on this pitch right now. This next pitch is what matters the most. It was, I'm down 0-2. I don't know what this guy's got. Boom, I'm swinging. Let me go back to the dugout and call it a day and sort of get out of this batter's box when everybody's looking at me. That hasn't been the guy. And so that was a close pitch on the outside, and I think it might have been a 3-2 count. And he just took it. Instead of swinging and saying, oh, no, that's close to a strike. I got to hit.
Got to defend the plate.
No, I got in first, and then I steal second.
Yeah.
Like, that's a different approach from Bobby Witt. This Bobby Witt that we're seeing over the last 23 games is the guy who was the second overall pick behind Adley Rutschman. The stolen bases, the home runs, the doubles, the RBIs, the running the bases first to third, the speed, the causing an errant throw. because he's so fast, that's the guy with all of these natural gifts that, or as you would say, or some other people would say, GIFs.
I would not.
You wouldn't say
I
that.
would say natural
I
gifts.
would say that. All of these, but you'd also say giraffe.
That's true.
All of these natural gifts that he has on full display. And as much as we harped on and were negative about, I'm worried about Bobby Witt, this is incredibly encouraging. And maybe water finds its level, and maybe Bobby Witt is not a leadoff hitter, and he's made to bat second, third, fourth in the lineup, and just let him be that guy. He still bats in the first inning, but he's not your quote-unquote leadoff hitter, and Prado seems to be doing just fine in that role as well.
If you have a guy there who is a cornerstone piece, who is one of your top 3 hitters, as again, just getting those first inning extra at-bats, I don't care if he's hitting first or second. Certainly not if there appears to be, and again, I'm also really excited to hear what Les has to say about this, but if there appears to be some sort of differentiating factor for Bobby Witt leading off to hitting second. And this wasn't some huge demotion. He's not been puttering around the 7-8 hole all this 23-game stretch to kind of figure out, hey, man, can you just like get your head right at the major league level? Bobby Witt was never broken. He just wasn't giving you the production that you were hoping for based off of all of the hype that he'd earned. Not crazy unearned hype. Legitimate, pedigree to that point, really. There's excitement there, but that was deflated so quickly by 25 bad games at the front end of the season, and it's unfortunate now that this 23, and I'm going to go ahead and round this. Let's make it 25. Let's say this keeps going. Maybe you get 30 great games from Bobby Witt in this new spot that feels sustainable. And unfortunately, it's coming at a time when way fewer people are living and dying with the Royals than they were at the beginning of the year when he was leading off, having his struggles, and ultimately being a little bit underwhelming, perhaps. Other part of this is that he was not deeply underperforming for a player of his age. There was just a lot of again, earned and reasonable pressure on him, especially considering where this organization is right now. So maybe you've been checked out of the Royals for a little while because they've given you plenty of good reason to. But I hope that message is received loud and clear by people who were maybe a little underwhelmed by Bobby Witt earlier on this season. This is a huge silver lining. They just try to be happy that your team's got a guy that you're going to build around for a little while that I still don't think makes sense as like a trade piece or anything. This is a bright spot in a dark season.
And if he continues playing a representative shortstop and playing like that at the plate, you got a really valuable player, and a guy that makes sense why he would have been a top 5 pick, why he'd have been a number 2 overall pick, and you gave $7 million signing bonus to him. And if the swing decisions get better and the strikeout percentage drops a little bit, the walk percentage goes up a little bit, well then now you're talking about a stud.
There's a 30-30 guy in there and maybe a 30-60 guy.
I mean, it's, what he's done over 23 games in a small sample size of an evaluation year, that's a pace of 35 home runs, 120 RBIs, and 63 stolen bases. That's pretty good. Throwing another 20 doubles to boot. He's also leading the league in triples this year with 4, so he's doing all of those things. And I just wanted to make sure we point out that what he's done is worthy of getting some excitement around and some hope of this guy growing into that. Because if we're talking about evaluation season, it is so crucial that at the end of this year you feel like, okay, they got somebody in Witt.
Yep.
Okay, they got somebody in Witt. There might be some questions here. Ooh, Nick Prado looks like he can play first base and be a guy that's pretty good. Swinging the bat, getting on base, hitting some doubles. He's probably not going to be a 35 home run guy, but can he be a 25 home run, 30 double guy, and get on base at 340, 350, play an awesome first base? Great. That would be cool if that's the case. Michael Massey, hopefully he gets back soon with the laceration, what he can be. Garcia pummeled that pitch, with the 2-run shot. Hopefully those things, you can see that start to come together as the season progresses. Hopefully Drew Waters starts hitting all of that stuff. But there were some dire feelings around this team when Bubic went on the IL with the Tommy John. Daniel Lynch was still out. Brad Keller wasn't good. Yarbrough had a cracked skull. Bobby Witt wasn't getting on base. Nick Prado was in the minor leagues. MJ Melendez was striking out every third at bat. Like, there were some rough parts about this team that some of it is slowly turning the ship. It takes a lot, but slowly heading in that direction. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
Want to see more of The Zone? Watch the show live on the Sports Radio 810 WHB Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
When you're looking for tickets to your next event, be sure to check out your hometown team at Tickets for Less. Whether you like to shop online, over the phone, or on the app, Tickets for Less is your local source for tickets to all your favorite events, including the Chiefs, Royals, and all the best concerts and shows. Shop now at ticketsforless.com by calling 913-685-3322. That's 913-685-3322, or on the free Tickets for Less app. New members get a special discount on the TFL app when they create an account, so check it out today.
I would continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Josh Briscoe, and Drake. We head up until 2 o'clock. We'll talk with Les Norman coming up at noon. Yeah, it's been Royals Weekly puts out that Bobby Witt Jr., there's a tweet that came out a little bit earlier today, says Bobby Witt Jr.'s got a 129 weighted runs created in June. That combined with his excellent defense as an all-star caliber player, if he keeps the new approach, Royals fans may actually have something to cheer about this season. And then there's the also tweet of Fangraphs War. Bobby Witt Jr.'s 7th most valuable shortstop in baseball. Ahead of, Trey Turner, Correa, Adames, Baez. And so that's some nice company to be in. So Kevin O'Brien had that tweet from a Royals reporter of the value when you look at the offense that he's done, or the way that he's swung the bat, and also the way that he's played defense. That he's been the 7th most valuable shortstop in baseball this year, which is really surprising because of what we're watching on a day-to-day basis. But it's also like we talk about sometimes with the Chiefs, of like, well, I'm not specifically watching every other team and every other position and every other player. So when somebody says, well, this guy's doing that, you're like, oh, really? You sure? Like, well, people's jobs are to watch all these different games, all these different teams. So that's where sometimes the fun with analytics comes in, that maybe you can get a better picture of that.
It's nice to find the numbers that make you feel good.
Yeah. And I'd like to know what, since he was taken out of the leadoff spot on May 23rd, what his numbers are there. Like, those were the numbers in June, which the numbers in June are better than what they are over the last 23 games since May 23rd. But just over that course of time would be interesting to see as well. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone. Talk some Chiefs next.
Want to try some barbecue candy on a bun? Then come to Zarda Barbecue for our pork burn-in sandwich. Melt in your mouth tender hickory smoked pork, fresh out of the pit, caramelized to perfection, then piled high on a fresh, warm Roma bun. And it's only $6.99 for a limited time at Zarda Barbecue. It's like heaven on a bun. Pair it with our limited reserve burn-in beans and maybe a hot, crispy order of fries, and life is good. The new pork burn-in sandwich from Zarda Barbecue. Come get some.
Get 11% off everything at Menards. Check out our great selection of fans and air conditioners, like the Denali Air 6,000 BTU window air conditioner. It has a 3-speed cooling system with full-function remote control access, allowing you to cool your space from anywhere in the room. Stop by and get yours today for $149.96 after 11% rebate at Menards. Good through June 25th, savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Gann Asphalt and Concrete is Kansas City's nationally recognized full-service paving and pavement maintenance contractor, making parking lot problems disappear in Kansas City since 1994. Free consultations, no commissions, in-house crews, and every project comes with a written warranty. Find them online at GannAsphalt.com.
Stephen St. John here. As we know, interest rates are up, so you may be considering some home improvements to your current home instead of purchasing a new one. You've heard me talk about my friends at Polymagic and their awesome floor coatings, but did you know they also do concrete lifting, leveling, void fills, and crack repairs to your driveway, garage, patio, porch, sidewalks, and even pool areas? The crew just lifted my driveway in several spots, and it saved me from the cost of repairing it. Give Tom and Vince a call and ask for the SSJ special, up to $500 off your project. 816-765-4800, or visit them at polymagic.net.
WHB Kansas City.
At Roberts Robinson Chevrolet Buick GMC, get up to 0% APR on select vehicles and a $1,000 allowance in extra truck accessories. Check out their inventory of vehicles ready to sell today. Go to robertsrobinson.com or Facebook Roberts Robinson.
Icon is seeking healthy, non-smoking men and women ages 18 to 65 to participate in a clinical research study at our facility in Lenexa, Kansas. Volunteers must be available for one stay of 18 nights and 4 outpatient visits. Qualified participants may receive compensation up to $12,700 for time and travel. Call Icon today at 913-210-5900. That's 913-210-5900.
The year is almost half over, and you're still dealing with that knee or hip pain. Enough is enough. Pills are not the answer. Surgery's not the answer. You need to call QC Kinetics today. This is Stephen St. John. The Advanced Regenerative Medicine Solutions at QC Kinetics can give you a life without chronic joint pain. You can do all those summer activities you used to enjoy. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in taking healing properties from your own body and applying them right into your achy joint, so your joint tissue can be repaired and restored naturally. This treatment is truly revolutionary. Patients across America are having life-changing results, and there's no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can give you your life back. Call 816-412-6299, located off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Josh Briscoe, and Drake. Les Norman breaking the norm. He'll join us an hour from now. We will hang out with Todd Lebo coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. NFL news, Dalvin Cook wants to team up with DeAndre Hopkins and have a package deal wherever they commit to play college together. Doesn't that sort of feel like that college thing? Like, we played AAU ball together, and it's going to be a package deal. Like I remember the last package deal that was sort of a big-time recruit, and, not the twins of like, the Morris twins are going to go to the same place. But Devin Booker and not Trey Lyles, but Devin Booker and Tyler Ulis. Devin Booker and Tyler Ulis were going to go to the same place together, and it looked like they were going to end up at Michigan State together and play with Tom Izzo, which is why Devin Booker wasn't ever really considering Mizzou, even though the Melvin Booker connection, because Tyler Ulis was not going to go to Mizzou, and they were going to want to play together, and they were thinking about Michigan State, and the last second they both decided they were going to go to Kentucky and play together. I just remember that being a duo, like if you got one, you got the other. And so they got Ulis and Devin Booker. So Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins might be, teaming up to, if you get one of us, you get both of us. Okay, well, now who's got the cap space and the need for a running back and a wide receiver? Because weren't a lot of people connecting Dalvin Cook to the Dolphins? And if you connect Dalvin Cook to the Dolphins and they might have some cap space, are you then going to give up even more cap space, which, by the way, next year it ain't exactly like they're, that they've got, they're swimming like Scrooge McDuck in gold coins.
I do not think their credit cards are paid off next year.
and when you already have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, do you need to then throw in DeAndre Hopkins with Dalvin Cook if it is going to be a package deal?
Miami's got a lot of NIL money, and to me, that's what it sounds like Hopkins and Cook are waiting on. They just need to get some of those deals.
Yeah, but if you take that away from Nigel Pack, then is he leaving?
Great question. That's a great point.
So, I don't want to see that happen with Nigel Pack. He doesn't deserve that.
I want to make you guess this player. It's impossible. There's no way on earth that I feel like I could reasonably lead you to water here, so I'm just going to share a fun fact about the Dolphins cap this year. They're paying Eric Fisher $2 million.
That's fascinating.
$1.99 million in dead money for Eric Fisher on the Dolphins salary cap right now.
Next year, the Dolphins are $50 million over the cap already.
This year, their highest paid player against the cap by cap number, Chiefs legend Emmanuel Ogbah.
Nice.
He got a nice little deal with them, but this is the year that his money's really kicking in, and he's the next couple years also. Next year's not guaranteed. So
so in 2024, and this is, they can restructure, they can cut some guys. I don't know all the dead cap stuff and situations, but in 2024, the Miami Dolphins cap hits are number 1, Tyreek Hill at $31 million, 31.1. Number 2, Jalen Ramsey at $27.3 million. Number 3, Bradley Chubb at $27 million. Number 4, Xavier Howard at $26 million. Number 5, Tua at $23.2 million.
That's his fifth-year option, right?
Yep. And number 6, Terron Armstead at $20.6 million. Those dead cap hits, looks like they can't get out of any of them, but they could certainly restructure and things like that. But that's a good reason you look at it and go, well, how are they already $50 million over the cap? Well, now bring in Dalvin Cook. You think Dalvin Cook's going to sign a one-year deal? I mean, I don't know that Dalvin Cook wants to sign only a one-year deal. Maybe he does. Maybe Dalvin Cook's a one-year prove-it deal.
Yeah.
He's a running back. Maybe he's at the point of his career where teams are like, we're not going to give you 2 or 3 years. It's not going to happen, man. DeAndre Hopkins doesn't look like that's going to be a multi-year deal. So if the Dolphins were to sign Hopkins, that, in theory, shouldn't affect next year's cap unless it is heavy incentive-laden and then not likely to be earned. If he gets those, that then goes on next year's cap. Same thing maybe with Dalvin Cook. It's just, if they are, and maybe it's just a speculation of like, that'd be awesome to play with DeAndre Hopkins. Or, you know what, it'd be great if we played together. You know what, we'd love to do that. but not like, no, we're going to play together, right?
We are linking arms, and you will not pull us apart.
That's right. We are going to play together. But if they are maybe looking for a destination that they can join up, I think that starts to really limit the availability there. I mean, New England would make sense because, running back / wide receiver, they need both.
Yep.
Cleveland makes less sense now with Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Do you need to go get Dalvin Cook? So if Hopkins were to go there, no.
And their salary cap is a cluster bleep.
Tennessee doesn't need to be paying Derrick Henry and Dalvin Cook.
They don't.
They could certainly use DeAndre Hopkins. I think it'd be difficult for them to find a landing spot where both of them end up together.
Vibes only, math notwithstanding, the Chiefs would actually be like the thing that everyone would be talking about today, right? Because they'd be like, well, they've got a second-year running back, but he's coming off a shoulder surgery. Like this UDFA, Jerick McKinnon's been banged up. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he could be on the way out, and they need a number one receiver still. If they just had any money whatsoever, that would be nice.
Oh, they signed Chris Jones to an extension, and now they've got $16 million freed up.
If that happens, we will be on board the Dalvin Cook, DeAndre Hopkins roller coaster. Do you want to play with the Dolphins?
I don't. How much do I get paid?
Swim with the Dolphins. Jason,
love to swim with the
come
Dolphins.
swim with the Dolphins with me.
I would love to swim with the Dolphins.
I'm going to make you the GM of the Dolphins here real quick, just since we're here, the Tyreek Hill connection, all of that.
Certainly could use the money.
You're getting a raise.
Yes.
But not much because our owner is running out of cash.
But can I go to Chad and see if he'll match?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
you want to run down and do that real quick?
Yes.
And in the meantime, I'll take the job if you want.
So excited.
So, looking at their salary cap again, looking to next year where Tua's got a cap hit of $23 million, his fifth-year option. They got to make a decision on him after this season at the latest. Well, in 2025, that first year of an extension, you're going to have a reasonable cap number. They can definitely shuffle all this around and still have Tyreek Hill and Tua on that deal. They're going to have to pay Waddle at some point. Is his contract up by then? Yeah, he's not under contract for 2025, Jalen Waddle.
So, but he would have a fifth
They'll
year
pick up his
option.
fifth year. You're right.
Yeah.
So he'll be on his fifth-year option, which will, if they don't extend him before that, that'll be a sizable cap hit.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, sizable cap hit. And then you go, okay, well, then Tua, you can absorb that ballooning cap number in 26 and 27 when no one's under contract and Tyreek Hill in that studio over there said he was going to be retired by then. Remember that a little while back when he was about 10 yards from here telling Dieter and Sherm that he wasn't sure how much longer he's going to play?
I remember the fallout a few days later.
I do too. There was a lot going on.
I also remember that interview as well.
The Dolphins have to do something that teams are terrible at doing in the NFL, which is walking away from a quarterback and saying, thank you for your service. You might go start for someone else, but this cannot be our plan. Because you have this expensive roster, and you can have an expensive roster with an expensive quarterback if your quarterback is Patrick Mahomes, right? This isn't like a rookie quarterback contract exclusive league by any means. It's hard to do that. It's just as hard as it is to build with an expensive good quarterback. But you can't be the Dolphins and sign up for Kirk Cousins. Like, even if you think Tua's Kirk Plus or Kirkland brand Kirk Cousins, they're in a really interesting spot.
Kirk distant cousins.
Ooh, I like that. Kirk distant cousins is pretty good.
Kirk second cousin twice removed.
At least twice removed
by marriage.
But I just look at their future, and this even kind of goes back to something that you and Verderam touched on yesterday that fascinates me with the Bills. I guess we talked about it some last week too, as the Stephon Diggs stuff started to kind of bubble. There's pressure on a lot of these teams, and you can start to see the window restricting at least a little bit around these other AFC contenders. The Bengals are going to have to figure out their receiving situation and pay Joe Burrow. Good luck with all of that. A famously wealthy owner who loves throwing cash around. Meanwhile, the Chiefs are the most stable thing in the sport. Like some of those early Chiefs-Patriots comparisons felt a little premature, and they don't anymore. They really don't. They feel like the most stable thing in football, as the rest of the league is like mortgaging their future to try to get, let me get 2 years of contention. Let me get my Super Bowl window, just maybe right here. Mm-hmm. And the Bills are at the end of the group they've built. They can keep building around Josh Allen, but
they are absolutely in that group of let me just mortgage some just so we can.
What about Von Miller?
Get
Oh,
this
he
right
got
here.
hurt. Oh no. It's interesting. The landscape of the AFC is fascinating to me.
Let's hear from Dan Graziano from ESPN. This kind of fits into what you were talking about.
I literally didn't even see that this clip was on the show sheet.
Yep. Dan Graziano weighs in on, they're talking about quarterbacks coming up this year in the NFL, and he weighs in on the quarterback with the most pressure on his shoulders entering the season.
I think Tua Tagovailoa is the one that jumps to mind. With the roster they've built there in Miami that looks ready to contend, the way he played last year when he was on the field, surrounded by those players, I think there's high-end potential there, and if he's unable to stay on the field, then if you're Miami, this time next year, you're probably thinking about what the other options are. I know they picked up his fifth-year option for 2024, but they're not committed beyond that, and he's got to show he's somebody who can stay on the field and produce the way he did last year.
And again, that 2024 option is like $24 million.
Yep.
So that is not some astronomical. You're paying Daniel Jones $40 million.
Right.
No, you're paying Tua 23-24. And if that's the final year of his career in Miami and you're paying him $24 million, then you know what? That's price of doing business for a quarterback in the NFL. The pressure that's on Tua, to me, is the ability to stay healthy. The fact that he already talked about that there was at least a time when he and his family sat down and contemplated retirement.
How could you not?
Absolutely. Oh. No, absolutely. How could you not? That's absolutely something I think every human would do when you're talking about post-career life. Have I made enough money already that we can live comfortably? Are a generational changing money? And if I were to retire right now, yes, I'll probably lose and not get $50, $60, $70 million, which also is incredibly life-changing, generational changing money. But is it worth maybe the limited quality of life I may have if I go through concussion after concussion after concussion? And if this continues to be something that's chronic, then really, am I passing up $60 million or am I passing up $15 million for 3 more concussions?
Right.
And so,
that's a good point.
Having even that discussion of that thought process, that then becomes public, that he's willing to admit that, which is perfectly fine. I love when players are honest, and it makes total sense. But it is something that the Miami Dolphins have to contemplate. And the pressure from my perspective on Tua is, can he stay healthy? And what does he have any because it's the concussion part. Does he have another concussion this year? Because if he suffers another concussion this year, you're like, look, man, you can't go through and every year have a concussion of your career. Yeah. You can't be like, oh, he played 10 years and had 10 concussions, 11 concussions. Like that's difficult, man. Because the first 9 games last year, and he missed 2 games because of a concussion. And so the first 11 games, I guess, if you want to call it that, he started 9 of those 11, inactive for 2. Here are the numbers for Tua. He completed 70% of his passes. He averaged 285 yards per game. He had 19 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He had a 116 quarterback rating. He did not lose a fumble. So he had 19 touchdowns and 3 total turnovers with interceptions and fumbles. And again, completed 70% of his passes. And it's like, well, hey, he's throwing to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Cool, because Burrow throws to Chase and Higgins. Yes. And so, yeah, that helps, certainly. But other quarterbacks, Mahomes was throwing to Kelsey and Tyreek Hill. Like, you can't have it both ways of like, well, Mahomes, he's throwing to them, but look how great Mahomes is. Yes, Tua was throwing to those guys. Yep. But he was also completing 70% of his passes. And he wasn't throwing interceptions either. He had, 9 yards per attempt. And things like that. But I think he has shown for at least a portion of the season that he can play consistent football when healthy with the players surrounding him.
Absolutely.
You put playmakers with him, he can put the ball in their hands, he can do it accurately, and that offense can move the ball. They didn't have a great running game, but they still were able to do the things they were able to do. And Tua, he also became a fantasy stud. Like all of a sudden people are like, oh my God, I got to go get Tua. Or, hey, I got lucky that I drafted Tua in the as my backup quarterback. And now all of a sudden he's helping me win, week by week fantasy, football games. The pressure is staying healthy for Tua. And that sucks because that's different than, all right, I've got to study this game plan and I've got to get ready for this and I've got to know what this play and what this scheme is. How can you say, well, I've got to avoid this hit and getting slung to the ground and my head pounding against the turf, or hanging in here 1/2 second longer to complete the pass because this guy's about to come open in a window, and now I get a helmet right underneath the chin. And it may be a 15-yard penalty for that team, but it's still a 15-day I'm sitting out because I got a concussion now. That is not something that you can really prepare for. I mean, Mahomes and Bobby Stroop do the exercises where they flex the tendons. And Mahomes specifically brought up that Tampa Bay Buccaneers touchdown when he was going to his right, spun back to his left, and then flipped it to Clyde Edwards-Helaire when he then said, I'm like that, right? I didn't realize until he had talked about it that his leg got rolled up on. When he flips it, the Buccaneers player lands on his ankle, and it rolls his ankle. And he talked about that play specifically and the offseason exercises and stretches that they do so that that's not an injury. It's different when a guy lands on your ankle and it goes the other way. There's really nothing you could do about that.
Right.
But they specifically do extra things in the offseason during the season so his tendons are more flexible to avoid injury. You can't do that with a concussion. You can't do that.
There are some. This is not the same thing, but I just was trying to. I thought I had seen something. There's another new helmet that is specifically like for quarterback concussions, and I think
give them every one of them.
Every one of them. Every one of them.
Have them go Don Beebe and where to.
I think that the issue that this helmet must focus on is the back of the head, bouncing off the turf kind of thing, because that's what you see quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The subconcussive hits that linemen go through all the time.
That whiplash,
is possible,
of hitting the ground.
But right, that bounce. And I think all you can do is not have that be in your head when you're playing. Because you cannot possibly, the way the NFL moves, you cannot possibly be in the pocket thinking, I'm going to get rid of this now so I don't get hit and maybe get thrown to the ground and get a concussion that potentially ends my career or derails it, costing me and my family $100 million over the long haul of all of this. Like, there's just, I can't imagine there's much of a world where you can actually live like that. And so you've got to make peace with it beforehand. Like, I have prepared. I'm helmeted up. Everything I'm doing right now is going to give me the best chance to keep this from being a chronic issue for me. And he has decided to this point that he is comfortable enough, at least without going back to the field yet, but he's comfortable enough this upcoming season to go out there and try it again. And I don't know if you had the similar feelings of seeing DeMar Hamlin on the practice field for the Bills, which the first thing is like, wow, unbelievable. And for me, the second thought is I would be afraid to watch him run on the field for a football game, at least that first snap or that first kickoff or whatever it would be. I'm going to feel that way watching Tua until he has a year without a concussion.
Well, I mean, there's a trust in the doctors and the full information of the players that go back to the field, the court, the diamond.
Yep.
When they return to play. There's more information about concussions now and things like that than there ever was before, which was part of the lawsuit to the NFL, is them hiding the concussions and just feeding them painkillers and painkillers and painkillers, and then you get addicted to that. It's almost worse than some of the injuries you suffered during your playing days. And, you have these issues post-career, and there was a feeling of the NFL was not forthright. They were not honest about what was going on and the information they had, that they did not want that to get in the hands of the players. So I think there's more of an eyes wide open returning to play for some of these players.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying if I didn't say that I found myself being conflicted of loving watching Keontae Johnson play for K-State.
Oh, yeah.
Just how dominant he was and how fun of a basketball player he was to watch play, while consistently being worried about what took place at Florida and the last time we saw him play a basketball game. And the number of teams that were like, yeah, we didn't recruit him because of, whatever it is. Well, he's cleared by multiple doctors that said, you're fine, you can return to play. Because I can't imagine, I certainly don't think Jerome Tang and K-State would have said, hey, let's put you out there. These doctors said you got a 50-50 shot.
Right.
Let's see maybe you're fine, maybe you're not. I guess we'll find out. Like, there's no chance. They would have had that thing over and over and over. So many different opinions that said he's good to go. This was not something that is going to be chronic. It was an event that took place that is not expected to ever return. Yeah. Okay, more than any other player that's out there. But yeah, I was definitely conflicted with watching him play. Loved watching him play, but there was that part in the back of your mind like, oh man, I I just hope everything's fine, right?
Yeah.
I hope everything's good. And certainly DeMar Hamlin, you've got that there. And with Tua, look, I don't want the Dolphins to be successful. I don't want no. But I don't want to see Tua get hurt. I don't want to see somebody else go through that where you see the fencing mechanism that takes place on the field, which is incredibly scary, and someone that's already contemplating retirement. And I think he's a fine quarterback. We had fun last year with the "it needed to be said" of the co-host for Tyreek Hill that said, you like the ball being thrown right to you instead of just thrown up in the air and you got to search for it and go around and try to run and find it. Like, oh, yeah, that's what I like. I love that. Yeah, and you got Tua as the most accurate quarterback. Like, we had fun with that. We know that's all absurd and dumb. But I don't want to see the man get hurt. I don't want to see him out there being worried about concussions. But that's what Dolphins fans, Dolphins front office, ownership, everybody around that team, coaches, are going to be watching each time he's hit. And I think there's a concern of you picked up the fifth-year option, which gives you some time.
Yes, that's true.
This year and next year to see, is this something that was just bad luck? And that luck has changed. And if it's just bad luck, well, then it's not something you can really say is an issue specifically to him. If it's bad luck, then that luck should, in turn, by process of overall results over the course of time, that luck should change. And in 2 years, he doesn't have another concussion and you feel comfortable giving him a long-term deal. Or he may not be playing in 2024.
Yeah. The Keontae Johnson comp is interesting. And for me, I'm just trying to kind of figure out why all these hit a little bit different, because there's a lot of examples. Even like Trey Smith getting drafted with a blood clot condition that had everybody worried. Obviously, he's been perfectly fine since then. I wasn't watching Florida basketball when Keontae Johnson went down, so I wasn't watching that. I was watching with the fencing response for Tua and when DeMar Hamlin went down and all of that. So like maybe it's those moments being really singed into my brain that is just like I mean, frankly, Mahomes on the bum ankle had some of those moments, right, where you're at very different levels of seriousness here, folks, but where you can just feel your stomach in your throat because you are both wondering about the pain that they're going through or the availability of Mahomes, or again in some of these situations where you are genuinely worrying for people's lives, then they're stretchered off into an ambulance. It is just a series of complex human emotions for me to try to even begin to figure out how you go from there when you are now in part in charge of managing those players. And I am sure Tua wants to be back out there, and DeMar Hamlin obviously wants to be back out there, and you want to, I mean, like, here's another one for you. Alex Smith playing football again was the most nerve-wracking thing I have ever seen. I did not want to see Alex Smith back on a football field because we all knew what he had gone through at that point. But he wanted to go out on his terms.
Trent Green, when he suffered the concussion against the Dolphins.
The Bengals?
Bengals or Dolphins?
I was thinking Bengals, but I have a weirdly specific memory of Trent Green's concussion.
And maybe it's just Dolphins are on my mind. I'm gonna defer to you on this one. That it being the Bengals, but when he was sliding,
I think it was the Bengals.
Was it when he was sliding and that hit comes up, and that was just, it was violent and it was awful, and it is unfortunate that it's like one of the things that you think about with Trent Green, but certainly that's scary, but. Yeah, it's interesting, but sort of watching the DeMar Hamlin and watching Tua as opposed to the highlights of Keontae Johnson, and that was shown a lot all last year. I mean, I think K-State fans probably saw that highlight of him collapsing,
more than anyone needed to,
right?
Arguably,
because they showed it a lot when they were talking about him throughout the year. As we talk about the Dolphins, we'll wrap it up with this, and maybe we can get into this at some other points this offseason. But Louis Riddick of ESPN said that if there's another team besides the Bengals ready to challenge the Chiefs for superiority in the AFC, it's the Miami Dolphins. And he said they've got the offensive firepower. They've got a fantastic defense that I believe is going to take a step forward this year. And he says, I understand every time I bring up Miami's name, people say, well, Tua can't stay healthy. I get that. I get what his track record is. I would assume this year offensively, they are going to change a bit philosophically to the point where the run game, as you saw it last year when it was really dialed up, it was something that could take pressure off Tua. it could slow down opposing pass rushers, help their offensive line. If Mike McDaniel emphasizes that, they've got weapons coming out the ears. Defensively, they've got a young nucleus of guys who are QB hunters, as well as any team in the AFC or NFC, for that matter, who can get after Patrick Mahomes. This team is uniquely positioned to make a run and can start doing it this year. The quarterback position obviously has to be on the field. And, you know, they drafted A-Chain in the, third round running back. And they've got, you know, Wilson and Mostert and maybe Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, sure.
And
maybe DeAndre Hopkins, all right.
And Mike McDaniel is from the Shanahan tree of everything based on the run game, the play action, some bootlegs, and things like that. So if they have more faith in the running game, which really wasn't there last year at times, and drafting A-Chain helps them, or getting Dalvin Cook and you throw that with A-Chain and you're not relying on Jeff Wilson or Raheem Mostert, former 49ers, and all of that stuff, then yeah, you can rely on that more play action, and now you're hitting Tyreek Hill in certain spots and Jalen Waddle and everything, and it's less of a just dropping back and sitting in the pocket for Tua in your traditional offense, that this is not run off the play action, the bootlegs, the keeping the defensive line on their toes to not just say, oh, they're going to pass the ball, because we know right now they can't run. We've earned this third down because first and second down we've stopped the run or had an incomplete pass. If there's less of that, then yeah, there's more of a chance of Tua staying on the field. And yes, they do have players on defense. They've got some talent on that team. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins end up being like this year's version of the 2019 Ravens or the 2020 Steelers that were like, 8, 9, and 0. Or the Bengals of 2021 that, in a way sort of came out of nowhere. And it was like, well, Burrow's healthy and they got Chase, and now look.
All these weapons.
And then they beat the Chiefs. Like, oh, Bengals, it's been fun, this little conversation. Oh, they beat the Chiefs. Yeah, but the Chiefs should have won that game. They're going to punk them in the AFC Championship game. Oh, wait. See, told you at halftime they did whatever they wanted in the first half. And then the second half happens. Like, are the Dolphins ready to take that step forward? This is a crucial year if they're going to do that because of the cap situation coming up next year.
There's also one huge defensive acquisition they made this offseason who we haven't talked about yet, which is Vic Fangio, who is legitimately one of the most, I think he and Kellen Moore may be going to L.A. to try to save Justin Herbert from the terror that surrounded him last year. Vic Fangio going and having all those tools defensively for Miami, bringing in Jalen Ramsey and all that. The star power is there. But now they've got a defensive coordinator who you don't want to bleep with. Like he is a top tier, probably never should have been a head coach, or at least, got the head coaching shot that didn't work out. But do not let that cloud your judgment of him as a defensive coordinator. I kind of like that call in terms of the Dolphins being a real frisky sleeper. Funny thing is, the Jets arguably could be as well. The Bills are not a sleeper. They're just a contender. That AFC East suddenly got real spicy.
They play in a tough division, and it's funny the way the Chiefs division is now compared to last year.
You're
take
so
a time
right.
Out, take a time out on this. We used to complain about the ease of what the AFC East was for the Patriots to win every year. And it's like, oh, there's another team that's sort of taken a step forward, and can they challenge the Patriots? Oh, of course they can't. And look at all these other divisions that are so good, and it's BS that you've got to compete with all these good teams, and the Patriots just get, this runway, this red carpet onto the number one seed or having home field advantage. And now we look at the Chiefs in a division where the Raiders are taking steps back from making the playoffs 2 years ago. The Broncos are in cap hell with Russell Wilson and trading first-round picks and money for Sean Payton, and, what do they do moving forward? And the Chargers may be in the last year of their head coach and Brandon Staley, but they went and got an offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore, and certainly they can, score some points, but defensively, are they good enough? And then you got the Chiefs that just win the division every single year, and a number of other teams in divisions going, this is BS. The reason the Chiefs are getting a home field advantage because they play in that easy division, and everybody else has to worry about so the comparisons to the Patriots come up in a number of other ways. But boy, it is quite the turn from a year ago when it was the greatest division ever assembled, and good luck, Chiefs, with no Tyreek Hill. You're screwed, and also two deep safeties. It's the kryptonite for Patrick Mahomes. He can't figure it out. He's going to be exposed this year. Super Bowl championship, TJ Hoshmazode.
It's kind of interesting. I think about it. I really hated it when life was easy for the Patriots, but I kind of like it when life's easier for the Chiefs.
That's weird. I
might be a hypocrite.
Can't be that.
No, that's not it.
It's not that.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810WHB.com.
I know you said this in the previous segment, but it is just fascinating looking at the salary cap this year, and the number one cap hit for the Dolphins is Emmanuel Ogbah. I know you already said that.
No, it's still jarring.
It's just interesting looking at it and seeing like the difference of this year versus what next year is going to be for the salary cap and for the Dolphins. It's just fascinating to see some of the names that are here that then next year it'd be like, oh, this guy's salary cap. Like Jalen Ramsey this year is costing the Dolphins $3 million against the cap.
Great deal.
He cost them 30 next year.
Oh, less of a good deal.
This is the year, man. This is the year. And they very easily could be that team. Because we know how good they were a year ago. And you know what? We'll find out in Germany.
That's a good point.
We'll find out in Germany how good these teams are against each other. And you know what? They may be the new Bengals. It may be that the AFC is becoming more and more of the murderer's row, which we already talk about and discuss with Bengals, Bills, Chiefs. Put those three teams in a hat, draw one out, and I can make a real strong case as why they're number one.
Yep.
And that was last year. Yep. I don't care if you put them all in a hat and draw it out. If it's not the Chiefs, I'm not going to make that case.
You can make that argument for number two.
Absolutely.
Just have to adjust it a little bit. Same for like 6 quarterbacks in the AFC now, by the way.
So we talked about that from like 3-team standpoint, and the Ravens and things like that were there. And last year the Broncos and Russell Wilson and the Chargers have already won the offseason, right? But I think more legitimately this year the Bengals are there, and they're highly motivated to get back to the Super Bowl and feeling like, they let Burrowhead out of their grasp. And the Bills, for whatever is going on behind the scenes with Stephon Diggs, a healthy Von Miller all year changes things for that team. And Kincaid may change things for that team offensively. So they're a freaking good team. The Jets have talent around that team, and now they have an actual quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. The Ravens have a wide receiver, and talent that's there, and we'll see if they have a healthy Lamar Jackson. And we talk about the Dolphins, and the Denver Broncos have an actual coach, in Sean Payton. They have a huge salary cap situation and some other things to worry about. I don't think they're there personnel-wise. And I don't think Russell Wilson's just going to all of a sudden change his stripes of who he's been the last, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it might be. But the AFC is continuing to add legit teams. And the Jags just played in the divisional round last year. I didn't even mention them. They just played. And the Titans have been there before. And they always play the Chiefs tough. I mean, last year they had you playing quarterback.
Didn't matter.
And somehow they went to overtime to win that game. And so, we've talked about the AFC before and it's just massively different from the NFC. But this offseason, to another extreme degree of you come out of the AFC and you've earned it. But you might have earned it to where you've got the battle scars that may cost you, 2 weeks later in the Super Bowls, in those games. And how effective are you going to be in that particular night? The Chiefs went through the battle a few years ago in the AFC, and they lost Eric Fisher in the AFC Championship game, and that was a bridge too far, as we've talked about a lot. They damn near lost Patrick Mahomes. They lost most of their wide receiving core against the Bengals. Those guys returned a couple of weeks later, except for Hardman. And the other guys they lost defensively returned a couple of weeks later in Snead and Willie Gay. Those guys were back on the field, so they got healthier. But would they have been healthy the next week, if there wasn't a week off between that? And that's what you run into with this. If you don't get the bye, if you're playing 3 straight weeks against the teams that are in the AFC this year, you could have to go through Miami, Cincy, Buffalo. Or the New York Jets, Cincy, Miami, Jets, Cincy, something, Ravens, something along the Titans with their defense. Or in the NFC, you could have to go through the Vikings and Kirk Cousins.
In the AFC, it means I pulled up the Ringers quarterback rankings from last year because I needed a list of quarterbacks. Here's their list just at the end of the season by their grading. The actual order doesn't matter too much here, but the guys do. Mahomes, Herbert, Burrow, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady. That was their top 10. Go ahead and let's lop off Brady because he's not playing football as of this exact moment. Maybe he'll be the low salary cap option the Dolphins need in a couple years. Jalen Hurts is still in the NFC. Aaron Rodgers came over to the AFC. Dak is still in the NFC. You have two teams in the NFC East who have top 10 quarterbacks. Top 9. Everybody else is on the AFC side.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs play all but one of those guys I just rattled off, I think, including Herbert twice.
Yeah.
They don't play the Ravens. But they're going to see Herbert twice, Burrow, Allen, Lawrence, Rodgers, like a incredible list of quarterbacks right in front of the Chiefs in the regular season. Not even two, back to that line of, here's your murderer's row all the way to the Super Bowl. It's crazy.
And they can't play one of those quarterbacks because he's on the Chiefs.
Right, yes.
So if you're taking not Chiefs, you're talking about 8 quarterbacks in the AFC that you're mentioning there out of the
7,
top 9?
I think, because it's Hurts and Dak. So those are your two NFC guys you take out of the mix.
Okay, so then they're playing 6 of the other 7?
I think that's right. Yeah, they'll play
outside
Herbert,
of
Burrow,
Lamar.
Allen, Lawrence, Rodgers. That's 5.
But Herbert
Hurts,
twice.
And Herbert twice.
And Hurts.
And Hurts on the NFC side.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so they don't play Lamar or Dak.
Right,
Or
yeah.
are the two that...
What a luxury.
Yes. And you know what? That's where the defense comes in. That's where the secondary comes in, the improved secondary, and that's where getting after the pass rusher or getting after the quarterback comes in with the pass rush. And you know, a little nugget. I don't know if you saw that in Forbes, there was a story about Carlos Dunlap and opening up another restaurant and said that he'd love to return to Kansas City. You know, he's definitely open to it. And if the Chiefs are looking at adding another veteran defensive end, we know it's not going to be Frank Clark. And Dunlap talked about probably closer in July to training camp that he's not necessarily right now looking at teams or anything, that he's focusing on his business, staying in shape, is definitely wanting to return and play this year. He can offer value as someone who now has won a Super Bowl, mentor younger players, and would love to return to Kansas City and play. And maybe that's something more likely than last year's Melvin Ingram was, when it was just assumed, certainly by me.
Yep.
I don't even care if anybody else assumed it or not. I did assume that, well, Melvin Ingram's going to resign. They're going to have, let's throw in Melvin Ingram to this mix because he's going to be on the team. And then all of a sudden he's with the Dolphins, and it's like, oh, bleep, what are they doing now? And then they got Dunlap, who was fine.
Yeah.
He's a good player, good rotational player. Played like 40% of the snaps, ended the season with like 5 sacks, had a number of pass defense. That was where the Chiefs, we talked about Dunlap, Karlaftis, and Chris Jones. That defensive line had the most passes batted down at the line of scrimmage than any other defensive line in the NFL last year. Just another added element. Carlos Dunlap, I think, led the team last year in that. Karlaftis with the rugby we joked about. Is it because of not
Water
rugby,
polo.
water polo?
Water polo.
It's because of the water polo, and it's so much upper body and your hand coordination with the ball sort of at or above your head. Chris Jones, we know that's always been something he's been good at. So Dunlap played a really good role for the Chiefs last year.
He was more impactful in the regular season than Frank Clark was. That's not even a hot take.
I totally agree with that. And he didn't look like, well, he's on his last leg. This guy's barely making it through the season. He looked like, he's got another season in him. And so I would love for the Chiefs to bring back Carlos Dunlap, especially if he's saying, yeah, I'd love to go to the Chiefs. I'm not even thinking about anything right now, working out. I'm not thinking about what team to go to. I'm going to return this year. But we'll get to that in July.
Right.
We'll get to that closer to training camp because I ain't going to the mini camps or anything. And he doesn't have anything else to go to mini camp anyway right now because all the teams are going to be pretty much dark until training camp. But just thought that was an interesting sort of nugget in that story of him talking about that, yeah, I'd love to return. I mean, I offer something now of a Super Bowl and mentorship to younger guys, but the door's open in Kansas City. I'd love to walk through it.
And it's also pretty interesting because the similarly, not exactly the same, but similarly to the wide receiver group, there are a lot of guys that deserve to be on the roster, but not a whole bunch of the superstars at the very top who you think are going to be, the guy you totally hang your hat on. Obviously Chris Jones, but on the interior for him. On the edges, Aminihu and Karlaftis and Felix and Mike Dana, those are 4 really nice rotational pieces. They just drafted B.J. Thompson. They've kept Malik Herring around for a while, and he's played some useful football for them. Our guy Truman Jones, Harvard.
Hey, there you go.
Cannot try to sneak him to the practice squad.
It's going to be the Truman Show.
Going to be the Truman Show. Just let him on the field. He will prove it. And we're already writing off Josh Kando. And then on the interior, I think 6 deep on the defensive ends. Chris Jones, Derek Nottie, Keandre Coburn, Tershawn Wharton are making the team.
Yep.
That's 4 defensive tackles. So the overall number at that group is huge. You gotta be convinced that Dunlap will be an improvement over maybe someone who wasn't here last year. Maybe it's Felix because Omenihu's kind of stepping into Frank Clark's role potentially. He can obviously play some inside also that I think is going to be really fun. But it's a unique group.
Well, you would then be exchanging like, if you had Karlaftis, Frank Clark, Dunlap, Dana last year in the 4. Am I missing somebody there with those 4? Karlaftis, Clark, Dunlap, Dana.
Yep.
Those 4 is your main defensive ends.
Yes.
Those 4. And you're exchanging that with Karlaftis, Felix, Omenihu, Dana.
Exactly. Yes. You're basically saying
Yeah.
Felix and Omenihu are stepping in for Clark and Dunlap.
Now throw in Carlos Dunlap if that were to be the case. Then who's the 5th defensive end last year that was in the rotation of some degree? You're now exchanging that with Dunlap.
Right. And right now, I'm trying to think of who would have actually been 5th. I'll find it in the break, and we'll really get to the bottom of this. But like right now, again, it's B.J. Thompson, late round draft pick, Josh Kando, long-term project, and there's room for them to go one guy deeper on the rotation there. But I legit couldn't tell you who was 5th in defensive end snaps. It might have been Malik Herring. I don't know.
Well, if I'm looking at like defensive end games played, it's Herring, Dana, Karlaftis, Dunlap, Frank Clark are the ones that played the most games last year. 7 games for Herring.
I'm gonna get us a snap count. Karlaftis led ends in the snaps. Clark was 2nd. Dana was 3rd.
I think you'd be exchanging.
Herring had 88 snaps.
I think you'd be exchanging Malik Herring for Carlos Dunlap.
And is it worth a couple $1 million to upgrade from Malik Herring's 88 snaps to Carlos Dunlap's 120, maybe? I don't know.
And his experience in the NFL and his ability to even slide inside if need be.
Herring also played some special teams.
Yeah.
So.
But you don't need special teams anymore. They're getting rid of that.
Yeah, true.
We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue rolling. More Zone right after this.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810.
wrapping up the conversation about the defensive ends, like if Dunlap were to return, if the Chiefs were to go out and re-sign him, as the Forbes story of talking about different restaurants he's opening up, but the willingness and open, and certainly makes it sound like there's a desire to some degree of returning to Kansas City, that he does not view his career as being over. And he said that, he said it's kind of assumed that he'll retire a Bengal. He's like, but who knows when that time is, when I'll retire. Essentially, I'll retire a Bengal. It ain't right now. I'm not retiring a Bengal. Also saying that there's no return to Cincinnati. There's not going to be a return to the Bengals to play. When his career is over, he will retire a Bengal, but he ain't playing another down for him, which is an odd sort of distinction between the two, that it's like, that's kind of run its course. But I will retire a Bengal. I just don't know when that's going to be. So he's not going to retire right now. And maybe not even at the end of this year. Who knows?
He could also be the first player ever to retire a Bengal with 2 Super Bowl rings. Really just one.
Yeah, it would be just one.
I think he's coming back for a second. That's the called shot I'm making. But
like
you only need one to.
I like it.
Be the most decorated Bengal of all time.
I like it. But just looking at last year, like, injuries and luck as far as health plays a role. And I know we talked about the luck that wasn't on the Chiefs side in the Bengals game in the AFC Championship with the wide receivers that were lost, and obviously Patrick Mahomes playing on one ankle. It wasn't the best of luck. But just looking back at last year and realizing that a defensive end going down, that's how far away they were from Malik Herring playing 50, 60% of the snaps. Because when Frank Clark was out for the 2 games that he was suspended, your defensive ends were Karlaftis, Dunlap, Dana, and Herring. Malik Herring was there, and he was playing. But it was a lot on the shoulders of Dana, Karlaftis, and Dunlap. And Dunlap is not a guy that needs to be playing 70% of the snaps.
He played almost 50% of the Chiefs snaps last year, just decimal points away. I would have gotten that way wrong. I would have been much closer to the 40 level.
I would have guessed 40 as well.
Dana ended up at 41.
Yeah. Whereas this year, again, if you were to bring back Dunlap, you would be an injury away from Dunlap having to play.
Sure.
Because you've got Karlaftis, Felix, Aminihu, and Michael Dana. And then it would be Dunlap. Where last year it was Karlaftis, Clark, Dunlap, Dana, and then Malik Herring. Like, that is just what seems to be a world difference. And if you're just taking like the top 5 from last year and the top 5 this year, again, this is if CD is returning to the Chiefs, you would be exchanging Frank Clark and Malik Herring for Felix and Udike Uzama and Charles Aminihu. That is one hell of a trade.
It's a good swap.
That's a really good swap if you were to bring back Carlos Dunlap. Now, you might look at it and go, well, they don't bring back Carlos Dunlap, but boy, they love B.J. Thompson. Like, he might be that guy. Or, you know what, Malik Herring got that much better in the offseason, and him being the 5th guy is not terrible if he's your 5th defensive
He was
end.
playing when Josh Cahill was not. Josh Cahill was on the roster last year, and they did go to Malik Herring next.
Yeah.
So I think there's an interesting argument to be made at this point when you just say, because that swap would be great. But even if it's just Frank Clark and Carlos Dunlap for Felix and Udike Uzama and Charles Aminihu, you've gotten less experienced, but more explosive, way younger, and that still puts this defensive end group in a really interesting spot. Like, George Karlaftis, a veteran in year 2, is kind of a wild thing. They trust Mike Dana, obviously.
And
it's
he
a young
played well
group
last year.
He played really well. He's played well his entire time in Kansas City with some pretty linear progress, I would say. I mean, that last year was his best season, and I don't know where his ceiling is. It's funny, I don't know if you remember kind of what the conversation was around him when the Chiefs drafted him, but it was all about, not a super high ceiling, but he's a motor guy. He can stand there and eat some snaps and all of that. And he's really been a nice impact player. He's like the universal answer for most underrated Chief, because he's the only answer for a guy who plays that well and gets that little credit for it.
Yep. But yeah, the two games that Frank Clark was suspended for last year, the Titans and Jags game in back-to-back weeks, that was where Malik Herring played essentially 20% of the snaps in those games at defensive end. Now take that and make that Carlos Dunlap playing 20, 25. And maybe he doesn't want to return to the Chiefs if he feels like, well, you guys already have 4. Like, I was your 4th defensive end last year. If I'm your 5th this year, I may go somewhere else. Or maybe there's a comfort level with that. Maybe there's a, you know what, I can also bring, I helped Karlaftis last year. I can help Felix, this year. I can do some of that. You're an injury away from being a starter, which Frank Clark suspension away from Dunlap. He started those 2 games last year.
It sounds like Charles Omenihu, it's still super up in the air, but he could get suspended.
That's true.
And it'll be interesting, and this might just be like a training camp thing if Dunlap does wait it out, to see where the Chiefs think Felix is in terms of being a year 1 contributor. I think most of us think that he's got a role as a pro in year 1, but if the Chiefs say, hey, we'd rather you be our 4th or 5th guy right now, and we're going to let you percolate for a year, and that would motivate you to go get Dunlap.
And you know what, Felix? We're going to have Karlaftis, Dunlap, Omenihu, and maybe even Dana as guys that are first and second down defensive ends. But when we're getting after the quarterback, Felix, you're in the game. Because we know right now, as you progress in maybe some other areas, and obviously K-State asked him to do some things that the Chiefs are not going to ask him to do, lining up on the inside shoulder of a tackle. Like, that's not going to happen with Felix and Udike Uzama unless it's specifically part of a scheme in a rare occurrence, or sliding down inside and somebody then going on the outside of Felix, whereas that was just his role. Like, here you go. You are playing on the inside shoulder of this tackle. That there's a view, at least I think, of Udike Uzama of, at the minimum, this guy's going to be able to get after the passer to a degree. There might be some questions about first and second down, but there's not those questions with Michael Dana and maybe Dunlap on first and second down, or maybe even Omenihu. That if you have that rotation, and maybe by the end of the season, Felix is your starting defensive end, and he becomes a 3-down defensive end like George Karlaftis, well, now you're feeling pretty good, and you've got that depth that's there. But with the quarterbacks we're talking about and the expected improvement from the secondary, and if you start getting after the quarterback more than you did a year ago when you finished 2nd in sacks.
Oh, yeah.
It's dangerous is what it is. And there's less pressure on the offense to go and be the saviors. To go and, well, you better score 37 because this other team's scoring 34. You better get into 30s because this team's going to get at least to 28. And if you don't have a great offensive outing, this is going to be a game that's nip-tuck. We are not winning 21-3. We'll talk with Les Norman next.
With the 7th pick, the Denver Nuggets select Jamal Murray.
With the 41st pick, the Denver Nuggets select...
Jason Anderson with you, Josh Briscoe, Drake, and Les Norman. Breaking the Norm, presented by TruckMovers.com, First Federal Bank of Kansas City, and Amazing Garage Floors. Tell them Les sent you. Les, what's up, man? How are you, sir?
Guys, what's happening? How have you been?
It's just good to see you, Les.
It's good to see you guys.
You've grown so much. It's like I feel like a year for every topping on the table that we've seen you. How have the last couple of weeks been? I know you've got a number of different things going on.
It's been good. I'll just show you guys this quick picture. This is June 15th. This is 5 days ago in Colorado. Just look at that.
Oh my goodness, that's gorgeous.
Woo-wee.
There's still a ton of snow.
Sunshine
on the mountains, and it was taking five. A friend of mine has this. It's not an RV. I mean, you think of an RV, you think like the family truckster, like a camper
Christmas
on wheels.
Vacation.
Yes,
that's what I think.
Think tour bus.
Oh yeah.
When you stop and they come out, and you're thinking this great ginormous thing with a king bed and a queen bed in it, and a kitchen and a laundry and shower. I mean, you're glamming it. You're not camping. You're glamping.
I love glamping.
Yeah, and so my son's group leader, Ron Schnick, Schnick Construction, great remodeler, but overall great man of God, and just he has been my son's group leader at church on Wednesday nights for their group. You know, there's the fusion group, and when they graduate, now he's got to move on to the older crew. But so it's his last couple weeks. But as a gift, he's like, we're going on a senior trip. I'm gonna take five young men that just graduated high school on a week-long trip into the mountains. And so, and I told him, I said, hey, buddy, I can't go. They were just going to go out there. And so I said, I have to go to Yankton because this is now 15, 16 years we've done this baseball clinic in Yankton. We talked like the Russell Clinic and before. So we go to Yankton, South Dakota. They do a free baseball clinic, KYNT up there. Riverfront Broadcasting hosts this thing, and I've gotten to be part of it for just I think 14 out of 15 years. So I told him I can't go. I got to go do this. He changed his whole agenda just to go with us so I could go.
Wow.
They stayed awesome. We stayed at a KOA there, and then I did the clinic, and then from there we go through and go see Mount Rushmore. I'd never been, and it was amazing.
I've heard that like the faces are smaller on Mount Rushmore than you'd expect them to be. How is that?
Absolutely not the case. Because you can go, when you go in, you got all these flags, and there's these plaques of when the states became part of the Union, and it's beautiful and all that. And the cool thing is, we walk in, we're in it's like in Rapid City, South Dakota, right? Or just off there in Keystone, South Dakota.
It's like Spearman over there. And
they walk, as soon as they walk in, they see this kid standing here, and it's one of the kids from their church group with his family. I'm telling you, you got to be kidding me. We had to travel all this way to see so they got to see a buddy, so they're talking with that family. But you can go down these steps and then walk up these steps, and you literally get to the base of it. Like I looked up Thomas Jefferson's nose.
What was up there? Anything interesting?
The hair?
It was a little stony.
Like Thomas, you got a little. Thing there.
So close where all the boulders that they would drill holes in when they were blasting it had rolled down. You go right up to where they stopped rolling. Seriously.
How massive were they?
Huge.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable and incredible. But then from there, you drive down through Wyoming and you go to Breckenridge, and they hiked up the mountain and drove up into the mountains and see mountain sunsets, and it was incredible. So that's what I've been doing.
When you drove through Wyoming, did you get to Casper and then go south, or
almost like Casper down to Cheyenne?
Yeah. So when you go through Casper, you pass a little town called Gillette, Wyoming. It's right past Devil's Tower that you go through.
We didn't get that far.
Yeah.
We didn't quite get that far. We saw the signs for it, but we didn't quite get that far.
I was hoping that maybe you would have driven through Gillette, which is where I lived in Wyoming.
You could see Devil's Tower, and then also the plaque that says Jason Anderson here from 2000 whatever, the same year.
WUZ from August of 2005 to September of 2005.
Yeah,
whatever it might have been. I'm not sure. I know it was 90 days because they're like, well, we can keep you around as a contract. I'm like, I'd like to have my payroll first, if that was the case. But I'm mad because I never went to Mount Rushmore when I lived there.
You were close.
And, I didn't expect to only be there 3 months. Like when I took the job and moved there, I thought, maybe a couple of years. We'll see where it takes me. Then maybe I end up in like Denver or something and go south, or who knows. I didn't think 3 months later I'd be back here in Kansas City, then, running the board.
We needed you,
again.
man.
Yeah,
we needed you.
That's right. Justin Schultz was like, do not pay this man so we can get him back here so we can run the board nights and weekends. That'd be great. And I can return to Radioactive Sports with Rich Fisher on Sundays. But I'm mad because I didn't make it over to Mount Rushmore, and I didn't drive the 45 minutes north just to step foot in Montana.
Yeah.
So I could mark that state off the list of states I've been to and then drive back down south. But every weekend I'm like, you know what I should do? Well, I got this going. I'll do it next weekend. I'll do that next weekend. And so, yeah, I wish I would have, I saw Devil's Tower. I didn't hike anything around Devil's Tower, it's got these hiking trails and everything
Just
that's there.
just go rent Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I know.
Just get
It's
a quick little
great.
shot of
It's
it.
the only reason I knew about Devil's Tower is
Yeah.
because of the that whole Close Encounter, the
Beep,
mashed
beep, beep,
potatoes.
That's
The
almost
mashed
in tune, Jason.
Yeah, I know.
almost.
Almost. Well, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I made the mashed potatoes in my living room just like that of Devil's Tower. So that's awesome, man. I love to go to Mount Rushmore.
One of the other cool things was for the first time, because I have T-Mobile, and MLB.TV is free for me this year.
You got to watch the Royals with no
I
problem?
did! It was unbelievable!
Amazing!
I got to watch Royals games and had zero guilt upon me.
Wow!
It was unreal. I didn't feel like I was hacking anything I got to actually watch the Royals. I'm like, who is this mysterious team on the road
Did you,
or at home? And it was crazy.
Did you come up with a Mount Rushmore of Royals games you've watched this year? Because you got the 4 of them, so you just
yeah.
Those 4 games I've watched. That's my Mount Rushmore of Royals games I've watched this year.
Yeah, and you know what was cool? The day before we came back home, my son said, "Hey, on Saturday, because we were going to come home Saturday." We ended up getting home at like 3 a.m. on Saturday, and
this past Saturday.
Okay, so
yeah.
I haven't been home that long. And my son said on, because again, the Royals are so generous that if you've played for the Royals, you get 4 tickets and a parking pass to every home game for the rest of your life. I mean, it's such a generous
really
thing.
cool.
It's amazing. And so he said, "Hey, the Angels are in town," and I said, "Yeah, I figured you were going to say this." So I got with Ashley, and she took care of me and left me 4 tickets. And so he's like, "Well, I'm not sure if I want to go," because I knew he was going to be tired.
Yeah.
We were all exhausted, and I was wiped out, had like 2 hours of sleep. And he's like, "You know what? I think I'm going to go." Like at 1:30 in the afternoon, he wants to go. And so we go, and it's the 10-9 win, Samad Taylor game. Bobby Witt Jr. running out to get the ball, his first hit that hits the warning track and bounces over the wall, but hits the concrete, comes back in so they can retrieve the ball. So, yeah, man, it was just a great, cool thing capped off. And then, obviously, the next day was Father's Day. So
That's
it was
really
neat.
cool, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is a great week, a great weekend. That's really cool, man.
And I did see, I just want I researched this. I was listening on the way in today, and I just want you guys to know that through my research, you two are the 7th best radio duo in the United States. It's amazing.
I'll take that.
The 7th best. You and Bobby Witt Jr. Isn't that amazing?
Top 8 is great for me.
That's pretty cool.
I'm thrilled with that.
So
in
I'm
the
just-
country, you said?
I'm just glad
that's fantastic.
we cracked the top 10 of the 7th best radio duo middays in Kansas City.
That's what I was.
Oh,
afraid of.
that's what it was. Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
okay.
it was. My bad.
You know what? I'll take it because you know what that
Yeah.
means. We're not 8th best.
There you go.
We're
Yeah.
7th. And you know what? You can't get to number 1 without going past 7 and 6 and 5. We're coming for you, number 6, whoever you are.
It's all how you look at it.
Number 5 and number 4, 3, 2, and then eventually we're going to be number 1.
I might get us like a certificate or something.
You should.
Like Les Norman says we're the 7th best radio duo in the country. Like we could put that in our offices or something.
/ Kansas City.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't
/ Overland Park.
I'm going to leave. Yeah, currently broadcasting from this studio that has Les Norman in it.
the 7th best.
Where there's a
7th best.
Sonic but with 500 feet of the building or something like that.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
That's it. Easy
That's
jaunt.
exactly right, man. That's exactly. So
The
it was
best radio duo to listen to while quickly driving from Sonic to Five Guys and back to the station they broadcast from.
And only be gone 3 minutes.
That's exactly right. So Father's Day was good though. For
Yeah,
you, Sunday?
it was.
Was it a rest and recuperation day after the trip and the Royals game?
It was church. It was go to lunch. It was hang out at home. Go for a walk with my family. I mean, to
Nice.
get your
Yeah.
son, who's almost 22, and his girlfriend, and to go on a walk with you with the
Yeah.
dog, just to hang out. I just told my family, look, I just want you guys around. I just want to enjoy the people that are closest to me that I love the most,
cool.
and they were so excited. And as a gift, I don't know if you guys have seen these. But my wife gave me this pair of socks, and you're thinking, socks for Father's Day? Ooh, wait, give me a tie,
No,
too.
they're good socks. I'm excited for you.
But it's on the socks. It's like a blue pair of socks, but there's a thing where you can email this in, and so it's like the fathead pictures where it's just the face, but it's on your socks. So it's my wife's face both of my son's face and my dog's face all over the socks. It is glorious. It's like the best Father's Day gift ever. And so we got to hang out, and I shouldn't eat ice cream because of my diet, but I did anyway. I succumbed to the... again, I don't know if they're part of this.
Can't believe
or not,
how bad you feel about having ice cream on Father's Day.
There's a local place that and it's a franchise gas station that's down the street that when they make ice cream, it's like 8 inches tall. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
So when they give you ice cream, it's like you're eating 3 ice cream cones.
That seems like the way to do it.
It was the best Father's Day ever. It
That's
really was.
cool,
yeah,
man. That is awesome. And now I know there are socks with QR codes on them. So
yeah,
you got to wear those socks in.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
I gotta see the family socks.
Yes,
it's pretty good.
I'll tell you what. Next Tuesday, I will wear shorts and I'll wear them and I'll bring them in. I'll just put my feet up so you can stare at them the whole time.
We can put. We have the Twitch cameras and everything.
Yeah.
We just zoom in on your feet the whole time.
Well, my socks covered feet.
Yeah, Mick likes to put his bare feet up here
That's
for the internet, but
disgusting.
that's more of a Mick thing.
Pretty much where your drink is right there. Go and move that drink.
Yeah,
right
that
out
one
of the way.
toenail that looks like
Right
a
out of the
sun
way.
chip.
Well, one of the things that we are going to talk about is, one of the cool stories of the Royals that's happened the entire year, and it just happened over the weekend, was Samad Taylor making his
Yes.
debut. I didn't know you were there for that game, which is even better.
So exciting, man.
Those stories are great, and it's in the middle of just an awful season for the Royals, and it's been, going on historically bad. That it's okay to have one day where you just enjoy baseball. Just enjoy, not thinking of, well, this is the 19th win on the season, and they're at that point 19-51, and they broke the 10-game losing streak, and they had to come back from 8-1 and 8-2 and all of that stuff, and then down from 9-8. But just
to get back to 8-8 and then right away the next inning lose the lead. You're like, oh my gosh, you jerks for making me give it hope.
But just baseball in general and the game finding Samad Taylor to a degree, right? It's like, oh, this
Remember,
guy.
we were talking about this like 3 months ago.
That's true. You've talked about bring up Samad Taylor.
Absolutely.
A lot.
I mean, better late than never, but
yeah. But like we talk about baseball, like, well, this guy isn't great defensively, and you got to put him in. Oh, the ball's going to find him. The game found Samad Taylor, and that was really cool. And he came through.
And the game found him, the moment found him, and he took it by the horns, man. It was really cool because if you go back, even you saw all the stuff and the him talking about his family and his family being in the suite, which was like not too far down from where we were sitting.
Cool.
And he said the right things and all that, but still the technical coach in me just watches his approach. The guy hung the pitch, but he didn't try to do too much with it because rookies get tight and they roll over, and that very easily could have been a ground out to short. But instead, he stayed inside the ball because he read that the outfield was in because that was the winning run. And he stayed inside the ball and just let it happen and flip and blasted it without a hard swing. So he did mechanically everything right, which shows you that he had the poise and the mindset to not get too big in a really big moment, which is why that happened. And that was so cool. And let me address one thing, too. I don't know if you guys talked about this, too. But all over social media, it was so neat to see in person that they mobbed him. And he was feeding the crowd, and it was a really cool thing that there were, again, it was probably because the Angels were in town. And it was Ohtani who had hit a monster home run that game. And Drury had already hit 2 home runs that game and back-to-back at-bats. And so they're having the big mob thing, and all of a sudden you see Bobby Witt Jr. taking off to center field. Well, all over social media, they're calling Bobby Witt Jr. the glory hound and all that. I'm like, did you guys talk about this?
No, I didn't know. I saw it,
Are
though.
you kidding me? I wanted to fight and I'm not a fighter, but I wanted to jump in the conversation, and I do not respond to that stuff. That's ridiculous. The kid, it's the opposite. He was thinking of a 23-year-old kid was thinking about the joy of a rookie to hustle out there. That's leadership in a 23-year-old. Because I don't know if anybody else would have done that, because I think maybe the ball boy was on his way out there to do something. But what better than this franchise player you're building it around who struggling average-wise but still putting up great numbers and is showing leadership and ability and something you can build a franchise around. He didn't jog after the ball. He dead sprinted, and on the way in as he was running, he didn't put it in his pocket. He is holding the thing up like, I just hit my first. He was so genuinely happy for Samad Taylor and chased him through that crowd and stuck it out, tapped him on the shoulder and said, pointed at him like, here, you've earned this. You take it. And then Bobby Witt Jr. faded into the background and let him have his moment. So for all you haters out there, Bobby Witt Jr. wasn't glory hounding that moment. He was being selfless, being a leader, and helping Samad Taylor enjoy one of the best moments of his life.
Well, and the way that it was hit, and by the way, that should have been a ground rule double. Like it goes down as a single.
Yeah, that should.
But
be.
that's a double for him. He should he should have an extra base hit too.
You're right,
because it did hit the green wall back there and then bounced in.
And before he touched first base, which wouldn't matter, but even still, if you want to be a technicality. It should be.
Which, by the way, if that ball would have stayed in the park and he just rounded the bases, would that be an inside the park home run, or is it only until the player scores?
So there's a runner on third base.
Yeah.
He advances one base. The win is done right there. Okay. So he's only going to get the one base.
He should have stopped in the batter's box, though. He just waited there and just let Taylor get to second at least and then step on home.
Well, but unless it's a ground rule double, then just like if it's a home run, it's actually a home run.
Yep.
You know, not if there's a guy in first. Well, it's a home run, but it's a single. Sorry. Whereas like Babe Ruth, they had like at one point, ground rule doubles were counted as home runs in Major League Baseball. Like if it bounced over the fence, it was like a home run. There was like a year or two where they counted that.
That was definitely.
They've gone back and changed those rules, so the home run records have been changed to adjust to the
Drake,
today's
back
rules.
when you used to go watch Babe Ruth, was that were those ground rule doubles made home runs?
It might have even been before Babe Ruth, but there was a time where it was like
That
the
was
ball,
the dead ball era.
yeah, the
like
ball
right when he got
yes.
called up, you were there, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ball bounces over the fence, and it's like, oh no, that's a home run. Then they've gone back and changed all those things.
That was definitely a home dash run, like capital H home dash, capital R
that's
run.
Right. I was just wondering about that, but I also thought too, like when it was first hit, you knew the game was over because at worst it was going to be a sacrifice fly.
Well, even Mike Trout, I mean, they were so far in, there was no chance.
Yeah. If there were two outs, one, I don't think they would have been in as far.
Wouldn't have been.
But if there were two outs, and let's say they were in the exact same spot, Trout's good enough. I think he would have got there and made the catch because the ball was high enough. And by the time he stopped running and sort of turned to his left, that ball still didn't land for another second or two.
Yeah.
So had he then busting and sprinted back, but he knew the game was over once it was hit.
I would only say Mike Trout and maybe one or two others would have been able to get to it.
If it wasn't hit as far, like there were people that were like, how about Mike Trout just leaving the ball out there? Like somebody could have come and got it. Like he could have thrown it there. I was like, that was kind of absurd too. But he also could have gone back and caught it. Even though the game was over, he could have ran back and caught it, and it would have been like, it still wouldn't have been his first hit. Like Samad Taylor would have been a sacrifice. The ball lands, it's first hit.
A walk-off's a walk-off, but there's a big difference between a walk-off single or double and a walk-off sac fly.
Your first major league hit turns out to be a walk-off as opposed to your first major league RBI is a walk-off, and that's cool. And then the next day in the second inning, he gets a hit and drives in another run.
Sure.
And so, yeah, it was an awesome moment. Did you hear the story they told yesterday about how he got the news of the call-up?
Oh, I did not.
I always love these stories, and I love your story. Yours one of the best stories of getting the call-up. But so they're down in AAA, and Jershly, the AAA manager.
I knew Jersh was involved.
Yes. So he finds out before the game that Samad Taylor's going to get the call-up. And apparently, like, there's a rule on, like, music or something and how loud. And he said, Samad Taylor had, the music playing, and they were like, well, it was a little too loud. So Jershly goes out there and just, I guess, rips into Samad Taylor and was like,
see, that's his thing,
man. Your radio, all this stuff. And Samad Taylor was like, yes, sir, sorry about that. Yes, sir, no, sir, guy. Go out and play the game, has a big game, come back in, J.J. Piccolo's there. Jershly brings Samad Taylor in his office and brings him in. Yep. And he's like, you understand why you're in here? Samad says, yes, sir, about the radio. Yeah. He goes, I just want you to know, you don't pull that crap in Kansas City because Salvi and those guys will not allow you to play the radio like that, and you're in that. He's like, what? And he goes, because you're going to Kansas City. You're one of the big leagues, dude.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the whole, like, hugs and everything. Yeah. Like, that was cool that, like, Jershly planned it before the game of how he was going to do it after the game to announce to Samad Taylor that you're going to the big leagues. It's like, you better not pull that in Kansas City.
That's right. That's the thing about Jersh. Jersh is, it's your moment regardless because you're getting called up.
Mm-hmm.
But he sets it up in a way that you'll never, ever forget it. And even in my mid-50s now, that was holy cow, almost 30 years ago and 28 years ago, and yet it's still super special because Jersh took the time. It just wasn't, I got called up to the big leagues on this date. I can literally recall the story moment by moment because Jersh took the time to set it up. I mean, he's just a special manager, special dude.
And that's got to be one of the coolest parts of being a AAA manager. That's got to be one of the coolest parts about, being a manager in the minor leagues and being around those players that are fighting every day and the pressure of not only improving, but coming through at that level because you're so close to getting there and you don't want to be I almost got there. I want to get the call up. Is it happening today? Do I need to get a hit today? What do they want me to do? Now I need to focus on, okay, I walked twice. So now am I getting the call up now? Like there's so much going on and has to be going through all the players' heads that you're managing all of those things. Mm-hmm. But then you get to be the person that in some way, whether you have a full team thing or you come up with the idea of then, telling this person and then the big hugs and everything, you see you're a part of one of the best moments in that person's life that, as you talked about 30 years later, remembers the feeling, the moment, the story, what words were said, what happened right after it. Everything is it's etched in stone in your memory like it was yesterday, and you get to be a part of that as a AAA manager.
It's amazing that, excuse me,
See, you're getting choked up thinking about your call up.
Not yet. If I get choked up, I'm a big baby.
Yes,
I've done it here 100 times. But the cool thing about Jersh, Jersh himself has had the call up. He had some good years in Kansas City. Now he's back in AAA. Just recently won his 1,000th game, which that's amazing. And it's like, dude, why are you still there? But he loves the game. But he doesn't just love the game. He's not collecting a paycheck. He is leaving a legacy, and yet wants to fade into the background. He does things like that to make moments and the onset of careers, no matter how long, how short, how middle of the road a player's big league career will be. He's thinking of them and helping them. It's the diving board into the deep end, but it's the diving board that's made up of life's moments that you'll never, ever forget. He's helping the little kid that's afraid to jump off into there understand that you're going to be okay because there's great things waiting on the other end if you'll just step off the board kind of thing. And so Jersh isn't just a great manager, a great man. He's just part of a legacy that makes young men's lives special. Because I'm sure it was Samad Taylor, it was me, it's anybody that's played in the big leagues. At some time when they were playing Little League Baseball, I'm going to be a big leaguer, man. And to the kid, that's real. Is it reality on percentages? No way. Because they're almost probably over 90% of every kid that plays when they're 5, 6, 7 years old, I would be a big leaguer, man. And yet Jersh is playing right into that and then stepping into the background, and that's what makes that dude so special.
Yeah, my son talks about, I'm going to play for the Royals, and I'm like, you could do
if he plays for Jersh, there's a good chance he's going to.
I'm like, you could play tomorrow because obviously you're too big to play at Little K. So you.
I was just going to say that. Oh, that chaps me so bad. Oh my gosh.
One other quick little nugget about the story that was Saturday night and Samad Taylor, and I didn't realize this until Sunday. So on the field before the game on Sunday, we saw Nick Pratto, Samad Taylor, and Mickey Moniak for the Angels, who was formerly the number 1 overall pick in Major League Baseball with who was he with? Doesn't matter. It wasn't with the Angels. He was part of a trade.
Briscoe's looking it up.
I'm Googling.
Yeah, please go ahead and do that.
Phillies.
Yeah, Phillies. So he was part of the Syndergaard trade, maybe? Anyway, so Moniak's on the field.
Syndergaard trade.
Cool, thank you.
Great.
And they're taking a picture. And I'm like, it's interesting why they're taking a picture. I didn't realize that as 12-year-olds, Samad Taylor, Nick Pratto, and Mickey Moniak played on the same team.
Yeah, that team was horrible.
Played on the same team.
They probably won 2 games.
And so, that's also part of the story. It's the last time the Royals played the Angels this year.
Yeah.
And so they play the Angels. Samad Taylor gets called up. He gets a walk-off hit. And Moniak's batting like 320 for the Angels,
right,
since he's been up. And Pratto's been doing awesome and everything. And those 3 guys played on the same freaking team.
That's
and they're
crazy.
there together to take a picture together of, remember when we all talked about playing in the big leagues. And 3 of the 13 kids, 12 kids that were on that team are playing in that game, played in that game on Saturday night.
I hope all of their families and all their Little League coaches get a copy of that picture. That is so cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So there was fun baseball. There was fun baseball things that happened this weekend, surrounded by the Royals this season has been.
It gives you hope, man. It gives you hope.
Some fun stuff about baseball. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue talking with Les Norman. There's also, maybe some hope that we've seen over the last, month and a half of one particular player. Not month and a half, but a little less than a month. With Bobby Hewitt. We'll talk about that on the other side and get Les's thoughts about positions in the lineup and how much a difference that may or may not make. We'll continue rolling along, hanging out with Les Norman. Breaking the Norm, presented by TruckMovers.com, First Federal Bank of Kansas City, and Amazing Garage Floors. Tell them Les sent you. More Zone next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB, hanging out with Les Norman, Breaking the Norm, presented by TruckMovers.com. First Federal Bank of Kansas City and Amazing Garage Floors. Tell them Les sent you. All right, so like maybe it was a month and a half ago, you were sitting right there, we were having a conversation, and we had a list of players that at the age of Bobby Witt and the plate appearances and the games that he had played in to that point in his career and that age. So you had younger guys who had a lot of promise, and they were expected to be really good because that's how you would play that many games and at bats, plate appearances that young of an age. And there were a ton of players on this list, and we looked at on-base percentage, and the guys at the top of the list were the who's who of guys that were young guys that came up that were really good. And then near the bottom was a bunch of guys that were like, oh, yeah, he was in the league played for like 8 years, clearly talented, but never really put it together in like this perennial all-star career. And Bobby Witt was around those players. And so that was concerning. And part of this season has been concerns of Bobby Witt. So if we spend time talking about that, I definitely wanted to spend some time talking about what we've seen from Bobby Witt of late. Going back to May 23rd to now June 19th, it's 23 games. He's batting .308, on base of .347, and he's slugging .506. He's got, in those 23 games, 3 doubles, 5 home runs, 17 RBIs, 9 stolen bases. So that comes out to, over the course of a season, that would be, obviously the batting average, all that stuff would be the same, but it'd be 35 home runs, 120 RBIs, and 63 stolen bases if he did that over the course of the season. 5 walks, 16 Ks, so he's getting on base and walking a little bit more. He had a stretch last June to July where he, over 23 games, where he batted .300 and got on base at .344. So really close to what he's doing right now. But the slug was at .433. So I think that might be an indication of him cutting down his swing to try to get some hits, to get on base a little bit more, the batting average. He's slugging .500 while doing this, and hitting for more power. That coincides with them taking him out of the leadoff spot. 1-1-1. You look at the batting order position. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. 6-4-4-3, 6-4-4-2, 4-3, 2-2-2, 3-2-2-2. That's the time that we've seen him do this. Mm-hmm. Baseball coincidence? Random arbitrary cutoff of May 23rd? Or too much of a direct connection to be a coincidence? As someone who's played in the big leagues and you've been around it that long and you sort of know the mindset of maybe a guy going up there and saying, I'm the leadoff hitter or whatever, is there something more to this, or is it one of those baseball coincidences that just happens?
Bobby Witt is going to play a long time, providing he stays healthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to play a long time in the big leagues. No matter what the statistics would end up being, he's going to be a big leaguer. The one thing that was holding him back from being a superstar caliber player is he going to have the discipline and the maturity to recognize I'm striking out too much, I have to make some adjustments. He's just one of those incredibly talented, gifted athletes that can play in the big leagues no matter what his statistics are, because he can do great things. He has the ability to hit home runs and steal bases and play good shortstop. But if you strike out too much, that turns you into an average at best player. If you adjust, and that is awareness, that is the actual physical adjustment, and that's being able to mentally weather the storm. Because, again, if you're an athlete playing in the big leagues or in any sport at the highest level, you're obviously a competitor. And how many times in the big leagues have we seen guys that'll sign, they got their big, huge contract, and then all of a sudden the rest of their career, it was brutal. They didn't care anymore because they were set. There was nothing that drove them anymore. There's still a drive in some players. You get the Bryce Harpers and all those guys get the big league huge contracts, the ridiculous contracts, but then they still perform because it's not about that to them. They're just going. Well, Bobby Witt Jr. is adjusting mentally, emotionally, and physically. He's realizing the strikeouts. He's moving to the order, and I think that in the leadoff spot it was, I got to start this thing off, and I got to get after it. I'm the leadoff, and I got to get on base, where it was swing and miss, swing and miss, swing and miss. And then when he did, I mean, the good thing is that when Bobby Witt Jr. makes contact, it's going somewhere. He doesn't hit a lot of dribblers. He doesn't hit a lot of weak fly balls. He hits hard ground balls and hard gappers and home runs and all that. So I see his maturity unfolding in these last 23 games, where that tells me, okay, there's a pretty good chance now that this guy is going to be a superstar that we know he can be, because he's willing to make adjustments. He's maturing quickly. He just turned 23, week and a half ago?
Like less than 6 days ago.
Okay, yeah, a week ago. So, but he's already maturing and already understanding and not worrying about the weight that opening day bobblehead puts on a kid like him, which whatever.
Yeah, opening day bobblehead.
Opening day bobblehead day. Bobby Witt Jr. This is our star, but he's playing his game. And then we go back to the kid runs out and gets the ball for the rookie. I mean, he is uncanny leadership, and obviously he's mature, not just physically but mentally, emotionally, and he's making the adjustments.
Yeah, and so I think it's certainly worth pointing out. And we had talked about the Royals Weekly had tweeted out that. He's got a 129 weighted runs created in the month of June, which is pretty good. And then Kevin O'Brien then quote tweeted that and said that when you throw in the defense and everything, he's the 7th most valuable shortstop in baseball, because he's been playing good defense as well, much better than what we saw a year ago when it was like, all right, this guy's a third baseman.
And interestingly enough,
I love
game
being
Saturday,
wrong about that.
Yeah, the game Saturday, the first contact of the game. E6.
Yeah, right.
But it happens and everything's fine.
And I love, what I hope will ultimately be being wrong about me saying the best third baseman on this team is Bobby Witt. Put him at third. I know that this is going to be a year of evaluation of seeing can he play shortstop and all of that stuff, but I think he's your opening day third baseman next year.
But don't dismiss that, because he's such a great athlete that he could do that at second base. It's just a matter of what their future is going to hold. But if he's the best available shortstop, okay, fine. But again, let's just not say, we were wrong. He could do that in center field.
Well, the reason I say I'm glad being wrong, because I didn't give him much of a chance to play short. So whether he's the best third baseman, best center fielder, I just looked at it and said he's not a shortstop. The way that he's playing defense, he'll have some awesome plays, but it's just consistently it's not there. He has improved a lot this year at shortstop, to where if he just plays a representative shortstop and plays close to this, I'm not expecting him to be a guy that hits 35 home runs and drives in 120 and steals 63 bases. That'd be pretty badass if he did.
Yeah, he probably still will.
Yeah, that dog will hunt. And plays a even average shortstop, then the Royals have the guy who was a legitimate number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah. It's not. No, it's not average. It's just not going to be average.
Yeah, and I hope not. I hope it's even better than that. But these 23 games are really encouraging, because so much of his career has been super discouraging of what we've seen. And it's like, well, these guys just get to the big leagues and then they rake. This team has this big league player that prospect gets up there and just mashes like right away. And we just haven't really seen that with the Royals over the course of their prospects coming up.
Let's remember that this string of 23 games and what he's doing and what he's been doing, even during a lot of strikeouts, by the numbers he's still putting up offensively when he has success, that's hard to do on this team. When you're forced into that, when you are one of the only avenues of offense, then that just shows you how mature he can be and how he's learning the game, not just the physical aspect, but what he's learning as you go along. Because if he's in New York, if he's in Boston, he can slide into the background without pressure. But he's doing this in a crowd where there's, it's like single A crowds, single A, average single A teams. I mean, it really is, when an average to below average record team is in town. It wasn't that way with the Angels, because it's the Angels. It's people want to see Ohtani and Trout.
That's right.
So let's not skip the point that how he's handling that as well.
Another element from going back to like the guys we compare him against, Julio Rodriguez this year, like runaway rookie of the year, winner last year, all-star. He's hitting, his average is 40 points lower this year than it was at the end of the season last year. His OPS is like 100 and something lower than it was last year. Like the ebbs and flows of the young guys. I think Vladdy Jr. might have had a little bit of a step back this year also. I don't have him in front of me. But the guys we compare Bobby Witt to, it's easy to compare to their best run and their peak. And then if they slip away, we've not talked about Julio Rodriguez one time this year, and I don't know if he'll do it again. But I thought that was kind of interesting in terms of who his peers really are right now.
And I do wonder, like, we see these younger guys, and they're taking their lumps, and they're losing a lot of games. I don't think they are a bunch of losers. I think they're a bunch of young guys trying to figure it out at the big leagues, and a lot of that progression is, I made it up to the big leagues. How can I just figure out a way to stay? Am I good enough to compete here? Okay, I'm starting to be good enough to compete here. I want to continue to play here. I need to get my role solidified. Okay, I've got that. All right, I've got some money in my pocket now doing this. Okay, now let's win. Now let's go out there every day and it's trying to win, not just I've got to improve this so I can be up at the big leagues and do those things. And I think that can be a natural progression of a team.
Yeah.
And the Orioles lost 110 games in 2021. Yeah, they went 52 and 110 in 2021.
Yeah,
what
a turnaround that is.
They were 10 games under 500 through their first, 50 games last year.
Yeah.
And then they end up, being 83 and 79, and they're 44 and 27. They played phenomenal baseball since then, but they were a bad team, lost 110 games, was 10 games under 500 the next year, and they've been 30 games over 500 since then.
The key to Bobby Witt's future is, and I'm going to say this because I want people to think, what are you talking about? The key to Bobby Witt's future is Mike McFarland. And here's why I say that. That's really a weird
you want
statement.
To go to Mac Insights? And
I do not. It has nothing to do with the great lessons that Mac or his people will give. My second year in, I knew I wasn't going to play that much, and despite the whole situation and rookies and all that, I was nervous because I knew, okay, now it's my first full year, and I got to prove myself. Can I do this? Can I do this? And we were in the batting cage when the season started, and we got back to Kansas City after the first road. We started on the road. I came back, and I was taking BP, and I was in there by myself, and then Mac was coming in to take some hits. And so, yeah, I'm a rookie. I'm going to step aside. Let's pick the balls up. Mac came in, didn't have to, came in, picked the balls up with me, and he looked me in the eyes. We were walking back, and he said, "Are you ready to contribute this year?" And it wasn't a challenge at the big league level that freaked me out. It took the freak out away from me. And it brought me back to, you need to go get the game. Don't let the game come and get you, because if the game comes and gets you, it will take everything from you. You will mentally and emotionally get crushed, and that's your fault. And so it's a Mike McFarland to me. It's a Sal Perez to Bobby Witt Jr., even though Bobby Witt Jr. is a million billion times more talented than I was at the time, and that's not me being self-deprecating. He's got gifts that I just didn't have at the peak of my career and the peak of most people's career. But he still needs that veteran in his ear saying, hey, relax, chill, everything's going to be fine. It's not, people say, oh, let the game come to you. I'm talking about that mental thing of, okay, just go get it and play your game and compete. Don't play in fear, because if you play in fear, if you play in worry, if you play in pressure, you're going to fail more times than a game of failure. And so that's why a guy like Salvi is so important to a young rookie like him.
Yeah, and I know there's a difference between 10 games under 500 last year for the Baltimore and 34 games under 500 for the Royals right now. It's 3 times, some would say. Les, you're the man. Appreciate it as always, sir. Good to see you again.
Great to be back, fellas.
Absolutely.
Billion% seems high.
Trillion.
I think that's too high. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit.
Yeah, but have you seen how fast Bobby is?
100,000% or something, but billion%? That's a ton of zeros.
No, you just don't have the gift of exaggeration.
I guess that's true. You're like a billion% better at it than I am.
Exactly.
We will take a timeout. Les Norman, Breaking the Norm, presented by TruckMovers.com, First Federal Bank of Kansas City, and Amazing Garage Floors. Tell them Les sent you. We continue with more Zone. Thank you, sir. We'll take a timeout. More Zone next.
Want to see more of The Zone? Watch the show live on the Sports Radio 810 WHB Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
Thank you to Les Norman, breaking the norm. Presented by TruckMovers.com, First Federal Bank of Kansas City, and Amazing Garage Floors. Tell them Les sent you. We'll hang out with Todd Lebo coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Fact or fiction? It's a fact. Todd Lebo will be hanging out with us. He hung out with Dayton Moore yesterday, and at the See You in the Big Leagues event that Dayton Moore hosts every single year, even now being around the Texas Rangers, coming back for that. And Todd getting an opportunity to sit down or at least stand up and talk with Dayton Moore. And we played a couple of clips yesterday of Dayton talking about, his time in Kansas City and what he thinks of this particular club. Let's play this clip of Todd asking Dayton Moore about, looking back on his time with the Royals, but sort of that scouting approach versus the analytics of baseball. And Todd didn't necessarily say, Quatrero was talking about the analytics and the numbers, and you didn't. But just sort of that conversation of what the franchise and organization, what they were and how they approach things analytically versus maybe now. Here's Dayton Moore weighing in on that.
I've always utilized the numbers, as you know. And, Vahe knows as well. We've always utilized the numbers. But I always believe, and I continue to believe, leadership is more of a heart thing than anything else. Your heart is, in leading with your heart, your mind doesn't tell you that you need to show grace to somebody. Your mind doesn't tell you necessarily that you've got to be able to encourage somebody or forgive somebody or to love somebody. I believe that comes from your heart. And I believe that's what, leadership is about. And leadership begins and ends with putting others first. I will never, ever put people, I'll never put outcomes over people and relationships. That's what we're always about. And I'm never going to apologize, for that. Some people say you believed in people too much, you kept players around too long. I've always felt it was our responsibility in leadership is to believe in people, provide opportunities for people, pick them up when they're down. Yes, they're going to make mistakes, and you just make an advanced decision when they make those mistakes. As long as their heart's right, you're going to do everything you can to support them and encourage them. But we always use the data and the numbers. I never made a decision whether to trade a player, acquire a player, where there wasn't the most advanced data possible analyzed, where there wasn't the most important medical information analyzed, certainly the character analysis. Obviously, there's a financial component to that as well, and of course, there's a scouting judgment to that also. And so those were the things that we always used. But there's, the relationships that we have with players and their families. I think that's what I love the most, and that's what I always will.
I believe that there was a numbers part of the building the organization and acquiring players, etc., when Dayton Moore was the GM. What I don't know, and I would be, I would believe that it's probably at the minimal part of it, of what the breakdown was between the scouts, the love in your heart leadership, the stomach instinct, what my gut's telling me, versus, okay, these are what the numbers are saying. No. Everything we did, we had the advanced numbers there. Right. Every meal I have for dinner, I have some vegetables. Now, it is one green bean, and I've got mashed potatoes, and I've got the red meat, and I'm going to throw all this other, we got pizza, we got all this, we got dessert. But I've got vegetables. There's a green bean and there's a piece of broccoli that's in there.
One of those miniature corn cobs.
That's exactly right.
Just the one.
I also, there is not we include the most organic, high-end vegetables part of every meal. That green bean that I ate is organic and it is high-end. But man, that pizza, extra cheese, extra pepperonis, that was really good. And make that thing rare. I want it rare. I want you to kill it, rip its horns off, and put it on the plate right in front of me. That's what I want. That's how I want to eat that thing. Give me all the carbs in the world, bread and everything. This is great. No. I had vegetables. Don't worry.
We look at all the vegetables we have in the fridge every day before we decide what we're going to eat from there. And so we opened up the vegetable drawer and saw there's lettuce and Brussels sprouts and broccoli in there. And then we made the decisions with our meal.
That's a much better way of going about it.
There's lots of good ways. You can tell it's 1 o'clock. It is lunchtime and a little past.
Yeah, it's
the broccoli.
It's the looking at it. It's the we look at everything. We look at all the vegetables that are there.
Do you eat it? You know, Totter.
A little bit of it. A little bit of it. Yeah. Look, I think every single organization has some form of analytics. It's a matter of how prevalent it is, how you use those numbers, how you communicate those numbers, and what weight you use on making decisions around those numbers.
Honey, the expiration date on this cauliflower rice in the freezer says 2019? Is that right? I looked at it. I've considered it.
Is it open yet? No, I've got it in an email form.
It's sealed.
These analytics, this is a new way of, it's called OPS. I've got it in an email.
Advanced Analytics.
All right, well done.
Well, thanks.
Men, it's summertime. That means getting outdoors, having fun with friends and family, going on vacation.
in the 810 mobile app or by subscribing to The Zone wherever you get your podcasts.
Summer is the perfect time to fire up the grill and enjoy a delicious meal with friends and family. Greengrass Cattle Company can help you make any occasion a special occasion with the highest quality meats in Kansas City. Ribeyes, KC strips, tenderloins, tri-tip, ground beef, brats, family bundles, party packs, tailgate bundles, we have it all. And now we can ship anywhere in the country right to your door for free. Why not fire up the grill and cook something special today? Nobody does it like Greengrass Cattle Company. Order online at greengrasscattleco.com.
Join Frank Bowl at the National World War I Museum and Memorial on Wednesday, June 21st for the 10th annual Taps at the Tower. Taps at the Tower will be performed daily now through June 24th. Come use the grounds each evening, have a picnic dinner, play games, and enjoy the outdoors. And at sunset, 8:45, experience taps being played during a brief, moving ceremony. Experience Taps at the Tower, a free event performed every night at the National World War I Museum and Memorial, now through June 24th. Find more info at theworldwar.org/taps.
You know it's coming. The heat, the humidity, the high energy bills from forcing your AC into overdrive. If you want to beat the heat, call Window Nation today. Yeah, Window Nation. Replacing your old windows can be the most important thing you do to seal out savage summer swelter and keep cool and comfortable in your home, all while saving money. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, you'll put 0 money down, make 0 payments, and pay 0 interest for 2 full years. That's like windows at half price and making free money for 24 months. And when you buy from Window Nation, you're also getting award-winning customer service, certified professional installation, premium materials, and the best warranty on labor, materials, glass, and window. This Beat the Heat summer sale won't last long. Call Window Nation now at 866-90NATION or go online at windownation.com. Get 2 windows free with every 2 purchased with no money down, no payments, and no interest payments for 2 full years. Window Nation, 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Rev up for summer in a brand new Kia from Robert Brogdon's Olathe Kia. They had just what you're looking for during the summer sales event. Find your new Kia, like the spacious Telluride, sporty Sorrento, or sleek Forte. And with their 90-day money-back guarantee, plus Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, you'll soak up the sun carefree. Come down to Robert Brogdon's Olathe Kia, located off I-35 in Santa Fe, or visit online at olathekia.com. Customer must register vehicle. Warranty is a limited powertrain warranty. See a kia.com or retailer for details.
Want to try some barbecue candy on a bun? Then come to Zarda Barbecue for our pork burn-in sandwich, only $6.99 for a limited time. Pair it with our limited reserve burn-in beans and maybe a crispy hot order of fries. The new pork burn-in sandwich from Zarda Barbecue. Come get some.
Do you struggle with pain, anxiety, sleep, or lack of energy? It's time for you to talk with CBD American Shaman's expert consultants about the power of high-quality hemp oil. And while supplies last, you can stop by your local CBD American Shaman location today to pick up the...
All right, update in the College World Series. TCU was up 1-0 in the top of the second on Oral Roberts as bases loaded and 2 outs for TCU. This is an elimination game, so if the score doesn't change, Oral will be going down, and TCU will be moving on.
In the next 2 hours,
you will be shocked.
I'll be shocked.
Yep, me too.
Just steamrolled Jason's joke, Lebo.
I didn't. That's a dirty joke we don't need out here.
No,
it's children listening.
It's not a. We're talking about the College World Series. It's an elimination game.
No, don't say it again.
That last night was wild. That the Wake game, that play that third baseman made.
I was waiting for a number of days for Wake LSU, and I'm excited for it, which would be tomorrow then, because LSU plays tonight in an elimination game, which they'll win, and then they're going to have to beat Wake twice to move on and play what is going to be Florida in the championship series. But I think the champion is between Wake and LSU, but LSU can absolutely beat Wake twice. Or they can lose the next game and Wake moves on. But
first
that game's
third,
awesome.
nobody out, and they get a ground ball to third and a play out at home. Then a double play was incredible.
Yeah, it's and may have saved their.
I don't understand why it took him 10 minutes to get that review.
Yeah.
He tagged his knee.
It was quick. It was you saw it right away, and it took a while.
The announcers had no clue. Like, what's it hitting? It's hitting his knee.
The loser of that game last night was going to be in a rough spot to be able to come back. We'll see. All right, fact or fiction. Let's do that. Josh, you ask us 25 questions.
I don't think it's quite as many as that, but it's a lot.
Do you want to start with Todd?
Yeah, today, can we start with Lebo?
Let's do that.
Maybe we do Lebo, Drake, Jason.
Let's
that
do
works
it.
for you guys. Fact or fiction,
By the
Lebo?
way, Oral Roberts got out of it, so it's still 1-0.
Maybe it will be 1-0.
So there you go.
Fact or fiction? The Royals will win a game started by Jordan Lyles before the All-Star break.
It is June 18th. Guys are getting closer.
Today's June 20th, actually.
It's the 20th already?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the 20th.
All-Star break's not till the 12th. He's got probably 3 starts.
That's that seems about right.
Fact. They're so close last night.
They've been so close so many times. They have to.
This is an awful answer, but fact.
I also think fact.
I'm going to go fiction because it would be too much fun to have him all the way to the All-Star break and not have won a game in which he started. I'm going to go fiction.
It's fiction. I don't think it's going to go all year, but the next few, I think we're going to see the
Last
streak
night was the night.
It really was.
But then it wasn't.
You know the last game that the Royals won that Jordan Lyles started?
Was it some playoff game?
June 9th of 2022 when Jordan Lyles started for the Orioles and the Royals won that night against Jordan Lyles.
I was going to say some 2014 game.
June 9th, 2022, the last time the Royals won a game that Jordan Lyles started.
That's pretty good. Good for them.
Drake, you are up.
While we're on the topic, Drake, DeAndre Hopkins will sign with the team before the Royals win a game started by Jordan Lyles. Fact or fiction?
That's fiction.
Fact.
Okay, so he's not going to win a game until then. I don't think it's sign time right now. It's probably the same day.
Ooh.
But I'm going to say whatever Anderson said because I don't want to fall too behind.
It's fiction.
Oh, no.
Drake gets a point.
I have two.
I know I've got us in a real tight window here where Jordan Lyles is going to win a game after the All-Star break, but before camp. Basically.
That's why I went fact. Is like you are creating.
Like a month.
Jordan Lyles, it's not a month. It's
like
2
20,
weeks.
14, 20 days or so.
2 weeks.
That's the Jordan Lyles
Track
win.
This one, it's going to happen.
The Jordan
If he
Lyles win's
signs
coming
with
that
the
way.
Chiefs, you're talking about it.
Not
6
signing
days.
with the Chiefs.
He's not signing with the Chiefs.
I'm just saying, but if he were to sign with the Chiefs, it's like 6-day window.
It's a tight window, but I
think he's
calling my
that's
shot.
The clue, he's not signing with the Chiefs.
I'm calling my shot.
You know what? That makes sense.
Fact or fiction, Jason? I'd actually be interested in doing a submarine dive to the Titanic wreck site. Obviously not with the company currently making headlines, but in general, I would be down.
I mean, you would be 2.5 miles.
Yeah, I would be down, maybe permanently.
I mean, no, that's got to be fiction.
I think that's a fiction for you. I don't think that sounds appealing to you. You're an adventurous person, but that's pretty far down the list.
I agree, fiction. That's
yeah,
crazy.
that's fiction. Yeah, I don't believe with the ocean
It's a total
like that.
fabrication.
I don't mess with the ocean.
I don't. I'm a
Little
relatively adventurous
snorkeling,
person.
maybe?
I would do some snorkeling. We went to the very tippy top of the Eiffel Tower. I don't love heights, but I'm okay.
So you're rather going up than down.
I'll go down when the situation calls for it. Fact or fiction here, Lebo. The Chiefs' next noteworthy move will be to extend Chris Jones. We can all sleep until then.
Yeah, nothing's happening big before that. That's fact.
Yeah, there might be some signing or Yeah, but I believe that's fact.
I'll judge what's noteworthy. By
Yeah,
the way.
exactly. It's it's a relative term, but I'll say it's fact.
It's fact. Fact. That's no Carlos Dunlap before then. I would even count that. It's a guy we've heard of, but they gotta get this
you
money
would
right.
count Dunlap as a noteworthy move?
It would be. Yeah, did I say noteworthy or major?
What did you say?
I think it's noteworthy.
Noteworthy.
Yeah, it'd be noteworthy.
Oh,
Dunlap
that would be noteworthy.
I don't have that money right
I would
now.
have gone the other way. So,
Well-
but yeah, they need the money, and Chris Jones is first to get them the money. So
Everybody got the point
I
right
got
now.
one. I did one.
Lebo down 1. It's
It's
3-3-2.
3-3-2
on the scoreboard. So, fact or fiction, Drake. I am fully confident in the Chiefs' wide receiving group entering this season, presuming no further changes.
That's fiction.
I'm going to say that's a fact. I think it's a fact.
You don't want them to sign DeAndre Hopkins, so I think you're fact on this.
It's fiction.
Wow.
Drake
Hey.
takes the lead. I would like for them to sign Hopkins. I'm not fully confident.
Yeah,
I am,
the word
I'm
fully is
cautiously optimistic, I
Yeah.
think. But it's a lot on a second-year wide receiver and a guy whose hamstrings have been a problem.
Yeah,
So I'm a
fully-
little nervous.
Fully got me.
Love the upside.
Yeah, you're confident, but
Not fully.
Not fully.
Fact or fiction, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Cost dependent. I would actually be kind of interested in Dalvin Cook on behalf of the Chiefs.
I think that's a fact. Cost dependent is also doing a lot of heavy lifting in
You
this.
guys are getting good at reading my clues.
I
Might be not that
guess
good.
fact. I don't want Dalvin Cook on this team.
Cost effective though.
It's absolutely a fact.
Yeah, cost dependent. That's kind of a fact.
That's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact.
I don't think it's going to end up at a point where that is a practical concern, but banged up running backs, Clyde in his final year here. I'd be kind of interested.
Hey, Dalvin Cook for the league minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interested.
Yeah,
Cost effective.
1.2 million. Yeah, that'd be kind of interested. Fact or fiction? I
Goes
forgot I
right
did
along
this
with how
one.
much you loved running backs.
I do like running backs. I'm like paying them a lot of money. Cost dependent is really important.
Not in the first round.
All running back conversations.
Where was Dalvin Cook drafted? Not a first rounder, was he?
Second rounder,
There
I
you go.
think.
See,
Yeah,
that's just where you want him.
Exactly.
Maybe
it
too
was a
early,
high
actually.
second round pick. Perfect. Fact or fiction here, guys. This one. I know this. Sometimes I sneak in a subjective one. This one
Okay.
has the right answer. Last night, the Royals peaked at a 78% win probability in the bottom of the 6 via ESPN's win probability metrics before
Fact.
they blew it. Jason says fact. Lebo?
Oh no, Lebo's first. I was joking.
Oh,
I didn't know
sorry.
that was
that's
the.
what it was?
No,
I thought-
the question is, last night the Royals peaked at
Okay,
a
sorry.
78% win probability in the bottom of the 6 before they blew it.
Is that with only 78% with a 3-run lead? They calculate the Royals with that in there?
That's a great question.
Fact?
I think it may have been higher. Fiction.
I think I'm going to go fiction.
It's fiction. It was 88%.
No
88%.
I'm getting drubbed.
Yeah, this is a bad outing for
you were
Lebo.
There'll still be a tiebreaker.
Yeah. You have 3. I've got 5. Drake has 6.
Oh, my God,
3,
Drake.
5, 6. Drake has doubled you up.
On fire for Drake, which
Yep.
is back to him here now. Drake, you can lead us off. As currently constructed with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and DeAndre Ayton, the Phoenix Suns should be the odds-on favorites to win the title next season. Fact or fiction?
Well, I know your heart would say that's a fact, but I don't know that that you believe it with your soul. So let's go heart. Let's go with your heart and say fact.
I'm gonna go fiction.
That's as fiction as
Yeah,
it can
it's
be.
Nuggets, but I'm gonna
It's
go
the
fiction.
Nuggets. Who's leaving the Nuggets?
It's fiction.
Okay.
No, it's fiction.
Made up take.
Because Drake, they just haven't flipped Ayton yet. Ayton, they're going to fill out the bench.
Why would they
They're
flip
going to
him?
find a little
They
point
love him.
guard. They
They
don't.
He's your favorite.
He's fine, and if they keep him,
If I
he and Monty
didn't have a
Williams are a
lead, I
problem.
would have said fiction, but I was gambling there. You were going with your heart.
So now you and Jason are tied
You just
with
want
6.
them to be favored.
Lebo's got. I would love for them to be
No,
favored,
you
but they got a few more moves to make here, I think.
Yeah.
Fact or fiction, Drake. Bobby Witt will not lead off for the Royals again this season.
Oh, that's fiction. There'll be some
Yeah,
weird thing where he
Yeah, it's
does.
too. Is that too?
That's-
That was
that's
too strong.
fiction.
Fiction?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, it's fiction. I thought
No way.
Maybe only Salvi won't lead off.
I should have gone for a different cutoff, but the segment's running long anyway. So fact or fiction, Leo Chanel played 22% of defensive snaps for the Chiefs last year. That's a fact.
Okay.
Fact or fiction, he will double that in 2023.
Double?
So what was the number again?
44% of the
22.
snaps. Not quite even half, but
22
Exactly double? Or
at,
was it
at
double? Okay, I
least
was
double.
just-
At
I'm
least
gonna do the
double.
math.
22%
Carry the
doubled
1,
would be 44.
divide by the remainder.
Don't forget to carry the 1, Jason.
Second
Fact.
power.
Awful answer.
So that'd be 44% then?
Yeah, it'd be 44%.
Okay, yeah, I figured it out.
Lebo says fact. Drake?
Is this with Chris Jones or without Chris Jones?
With prominently featuring Chris Jones.
It's fiction.
You know, without Drew Tranquil, I would have said more of a fact, but I'm going to go...
I missed another one. I'm going to
go
answer.
fiction.
Lebo, that's not how it works. That's a hard fiction.
Dang it.
It's false.
I think it'll be probably around that number, but Tranquil only playing 2 linebackers for a good chunk of time, all that. Yeah, I think that one's fiction. Sorry, Lebo. Death Row, you got to stick with your guy. Yeah. You have the same thing. You write the same thing on your forearms in Sharpie before every show. Fact or fiction?
Does he write Death Row on his?
Yeah, it's just under his sleeves right now. You can't.
No,
see
I meant Leo Chanel.
Yeah, wasn't that his thing in college? Wasn't it Death Row?
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
I totally missed that story.
Yeah,
wow.
It's,
I would have talked a lot more about that had I seen that. We're going to lead off tomorrow's show with that.
Well, I'll do some research.
Thank you.
We'll open tomorrow with that.
Thank you.
Fact or fiction, you can tell how little I want to talk about the baseball, so we're still in the Chiefs territory in the dead month. As it currently stands, the Chiefs defensive end group, we talked about this earlier today, Chiefs defensive end group is better than it was at any point last year.
Was that me? I'll say fact.
I'm going to say fact.
Try to play this game.
You're only down 3 with 2 questions left here, Lebo, so you got a shot. I think it's a fact.
Damn it. I would say fact. I just did that to try to catch up. I'll get you on the tiebreaker.
It's
the tiebreaker down 4 right now. It's 9-9 to 5.
It's fine.
There's a 4-point shot.
Corey
in the
would have a
tiebreaker.
4-point shot for me here.
But that would only make it a tie with the 4. It's got to be
Then
like a
give me
4.5.
Unfortunate. Yeah, we'll see. let's give Lebo one more to get away from here.
Yeah.
Because fact or fiction, this week, more top 6 picks in the NBA draft will be non-NCAA players than guys who played in college. You know Wemby, obviously.
Yeah.
That's a free space.
Am I first on this?
You're first, Jason, yes.
I'm going to say that is a fact.
I haven't looked at this list enough, so I'll go ahead and say fiction.
I'll say fact.
It's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact. It's on PBS.
So you've got international G League.
Yeah, the G Leagues are
overtime elite. That's 4 of the top 6 on Tankathon's mock draft right now.
It's the G Leagues and the elites and all of that stuff. Yeah. So so Lebo's down 5. It's 10 to 10 to 5. So this is a 5.1.
You guys are doing the tiebreaker. I just
question.
am playing along for fun.
So weirdly, this is actually a 13-point tiebreaker. It really invalidated the regular season. I don't know why I did that. But fact or not fact or fiction, the tie-breaking open-ended question for you 3. All 3 of you still in contention. Who on air at 8:10 would fare best and worst in a survival show competition?
Okay.
Any survival show?
A generic survival show is kind of what I'm going for.
Okay. Very cool.
Out in the wilderness, maybe some games, maybe some challenges.
13-point tiebreaker.
13-point tiebreaker. I want your best and your worst performer amongst the usual sort of on-air folks. I thought about expanding it to guests. I think it's too convoluted. So in the building.
Random story: JV tennis in high school. When you are tied, you go to a 12-point tiebreaker, which means that first person to 7 or by 2, so 7 to 5 is 12 points. And it was 6 to 5. I was trailing. And the guy was playing, got a point to go up 7 to 5, and I went to go shake his hand, and he's like, "No, we go to 12." I'm like, "You're right, we do go to 12." Ended up beating him. Ended up coming back and beating him. I'm like, "You idiots!
Thanks, man.
You had already won. You jackass."
It's the longest tiebreaker ever. It's longer than the match.
He's like, "No, it's a 12-point tiebreaker." You're right. Let's go to 12. We'll take a time. We'll come back. More Zone next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, so we got the tiebreaker, the 5.1 point tiebreaker, or as you say, a 13-point tiebreaker.
It's a big one.
It's 10 to 5 is the score. All right, what's the question
blowout.
again?
Who on air at 8:10 would fare best and worst in a survival show
It's
competition?
a wildernessy thing, right?
Wildernessy kind of thing, yes.
Not quite alone out there by yourself, but something.
Something, yeah, maybe a little more serious than Survivor, maybe a little less hardcore than. Is that a bear over there?
Yeah. Since I'm in last place,
You're
I'll
in
go
last
first.
Yeah, you should go first.
Steven is the worst because his back is a disaster. He can't go anywhere. No chance he survives that at all. And I'm going to take Jason Anderson as the winner because he lived for years on Uncrustable. He needs nothing.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about not being able to eat there for 40 days and 40 nights.
Nothing.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
$20
Russell
for
Okun,
a year of college.
Look into his eyes.
Semester.
One semester.
Look into his eyes. Do you think Jason could kill? You think he could take a life? Or a rabbit or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I think so too. I was wondering what you
You
thought.
might probably just eat berries, though.
That's true. Berries, and maybe you find some legumes. You smush them up.
I would be sitting
Make
next
his
to the
own,
rabbit. We'd be
Uncrustable.
the rabbit and I would be sitting next to each other eating. Drake.
I've got most likely to survive Lebo, least Seabolt.
I've got most likely to survive Drake or Jake Gutierrez if he were to count. And the worst, Sterling. And if I can't count Sterling, I'd go St. John.
St. John's back is broken. It's just no good.
Healthy back St. John, I think, would be able to survive because he would fight a bear. But the back's not helping him. Come on, tell us yours.
Here's the issue: is that I think that Lebo has the best set of answers, but he was down by so many points that I think Jason is victorious here.
Who are yours?
Oh, I don't know. I refuse to. I didn't write down an answer for that. It's definitely not you.
No, it's definitely not me.
It's not me either. I need insulin. You guys didn't mention that I do need insulin at some point?
You're
no chance. You would have been the worst.
I would still outlast Sterling.
That's true.
Attention everyone, are you ready for the summer heat? Let ProBuilt Pool and Patio get you started on your summer prep. As the largest provider of fiberglass swimming pools, we have the biggest selection and offer the fastest installation times. At ProBuilt Pool and Patio, we proudly stand behind every home we serve. We make dreams come true and deliver them right to your backyard. The best time to get a pool is right now. Call today.